What up, what up, what up, everybody? Today I decided to talk about the topic that you see. Why do Africans get butt hurt when Black Americans tell them that we do not look like them? It's very weird. You know, the first time I met an African was when I was in college. I would say 1990, 91. And they seemed to have a lot of pride back then about who they were. They bragged about their tribe or where they came from. There was no confusion whatsoever. There was respect for who I was. And now, 2026, it's a whole nother thing going on where I was on TikTok yesterday. I've been going to TikTok now for a little bit over a week. And it's very interesting that a lot of Africans are arguing tooth and nail to claim that we look like them, that we come from them, that we belong to them. I mean, it's really kind of stalkish, if I have to be very frank. It very stalkish and very clingy to the point where it's kind of looking as if they need to get some literal therapy. Because of the obsession that they have about us. And I know what it all comes down to. Like I've said before, Africans are trying to colonize Black Americans. They want us to be under their dominion. They want to have authority over us. This is why everybody's scrambling to claim to be Black suddenly. Why suddenly now the Congressional Black Caucus and the NAACP and others are going to go to Ghana for a fake Juneteenth that has nothing to do with Ghana. But because they want to make money off of us, they are hijacking our holiday so that they can get us to go over there and spend thousands of dollars just to celebrate a day. And I just want us to be realistic and be honest with ourselves about their hustle and prevent going there by boycotting Ghana, because they show us no respect whatsoever. And Africans are repeatedly and getting really bold about disrespecting us on things that we own and that we claim. They're trying to snatch away ownership of what we have and claim it to be their own. And it's very, very sickening. I do not like it. I denounce Ghana and everybody with this notion that we are belonging to them and we have to deal with Africans because, again, nobody else is getting this pestering. Nobody else is getting this badgering. Nobody else is hearing everywhere we go that we look like them, that we're them. What about Haitians? Haitians look way more like Africans than we would ever as Black Americans. Why aren't y'all talking to Haitians, going to their spaces and demanding that they call themselves African? Why? Why aren't y'all demanding other people in other places like Jamaica or other people in the Caribbean to claim to be African? It's only Black Americans have to have this burden placed on us. And now we're getting kind of rude back at y'all because we're tired of all this insinuations and the disrespect. You know, y'all just won't accept our answer. We do not look like you. We do not belong to you. We're not claiming to be African. We don't care if we had an ancestor 400 or 500 years that may have come from there. Y'all got rid of that ancestor. Y'all severed ties with that ancestor. You cannot come back 400 or 500 years and now claim us. It doesn't work like that. We're telling y'all, 90% of us are telling y'all that we just want to be left alone, that we want to just resume our identity as before you guys decided to prey upon us, impose your will upon us. Pretend like this is 1980, when you guys didn't have a care in the world about us, you weren't thinking about us, you weren't seeking us out. Go back to those times, and therefore all this infighting that we're seeing and back and forth, and y'all trying to mix us into your business would all cease to exist because we would just remain as we were and you guys can be what you were. But that doesn't seem to be happening. What's happening is that you guys are getting very, very volatile and very emotional. I simply said that we don't look like Africans. My family tends to look very young in the face, even when they're older. And we have like a red tint tone, and also like a brownish tone. We don't look like Africans, like the picture that I show y'all in the thumbnail. I believe those two are from West Africa. We do not look nothing like that. And there's nothing wrong saying we do not look like y'all. You guys have ears and eyes and nose, and so therefore we're supposed to claim y'all as being the same as us. And the hypocrisy of it all, you guys don't claim people neighboring your border. You guys don't claim neighboring your border. You guys have your own set clan, tribe, identity over there in Africa, but you seem to have forgotten about that when you come to America claiming us. That's how you know that you guys are full of shit and that you guys are trying to hustle us and you're playing games. And this is all about propaganda that you guys are all in on and we don't want to have nothing to do with. And what you guys are making us feel at right now is sick to our stomach. We're not going to change our mind. We're not going to change our point of view. You guys are going to have to catch up and accept you're you and we're us. Stop trying to colonize us. So what's up, Augie Boogie? How are you doing? And Demarian Moss, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. So what I want to do is play a video that I saw a few days ago. It got very, very interesting. It comes from Mr. Derek, I believe it's called. And he always had open panels for Africans or anyone to get on the platform. And I really want to study what was said. We're not going to do the whole entire video, but we're going to do about a good hour of it because I think it's good for us to understand what's going on and why all this pressure upon us about us wanting to remain as ourselves, and they're taking offense and calling it xenophobic if we say we do not belong or we're not them, which is just really bonkers. It's really weird and I can't explain it. But again, shout out to Mr. Derek. It's spelled Mr. DEIRK 1400 for those if you want to check out the video is in its entirety. It's about a 3-hour long video. I'm not going to play that much, but I really want to get to the bottom of these people coming on the platform so you guys can witness what happens. And what it said on the on this channel, it asked the questions: were Black Americans, Africans, and Caribbeans ever connected? And why can't they accept that we don't want any connection to them? That was the question. Like, they get real mad when we're telling them we don't want to be bothered. And the reason why, honestly, we don't want to be bothered because we know you guys are trying to colonize us and you're trying to have dominion over us and authority over us. And we don't want to be your bitches. We don't want to be your slaves. We don't want to be your servants. We don't want to be told by you what to do. If you have this feeling or thought process to want to tell somebody something, you need to go back to Africa and tell those people over there to do this and that and the third. The issue is you want to bypass all those billions of people, 1.4 billion people, and you want to come to America and try to dictate to us what we're going to do. And we're telling you, we're not going to listen to you. You don't have authority over us. You don't have jurisdiction over us. You're not us. You're not our blood. We have nothing to do with you. And we want to remain as such. And that's not xenophobic. It means that we don't want to be bothered. Period. Dot. It's not hate at all to describe to y'all how we feel. since you guys are badgering us and continually in our faces arguing with us. That's why you're getting more responses that you're going to get in this live. That's a little bit more bolder, a little bit more ruder, because we're just sick and tired of being sick and tired. This has been going on for years on YouTube and TikTok, on social media. So let's get to the good part. Please hit that like button if you have not yet. This is going to be a learning video, fair use of video for educational purposes and for commentary purposes, under the section of what was it? Let me look it up real quick. Oh, I'll get to that later. Let me just play the video. We'll get to that later.
What's your ethnicity, sir?
Actually, I was born in the Netherlands, but both my parents are from Suriname.
From where? I couldn't hear you.
Both my parents are from Suriname.
Suriname?
Suriname, yeah, like a country.
Suriname, okay. Where you located now? Where you presently located?
I live in the Netherlands. I was born here.
All right. Well, what's your thoughts on the prom? What's your interest in this conversation?
I have a lot of thoughts. I heard some people say that only people from the USA are black.
Yeah, you're not black.
Yeah, I would say I'm the most blackest on this panel.
Yeah, well, that black don't have anything to do with your skin, so there's that.
I do agree with it, because somebody from India who's darker than me, it's a black.
Yeah, and you're not black either.
But that's because he's not from. That's because.
I hope I was able to help you. You're not black. That's that. We're not gonna argue about it.
But what makes you black then?
You're not. Listen, sir. I'm not gonna argue.
Is Mariah Carey black?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not gonna argue with you. You're not black. That's that.
You see how fast that these going into the notion that he's also black? Africans never claim to be black until the last 3 or 4 years now, because that is their strategy in trying to colonize us, by claiming themselves as being black so that they can have authority over us. Get it? You guys are not the ethnicity of black like us. We were labeled black for many, many generations. And we are the only ones that were known first as being a black American. When you use black, for instance, and you talk about black history, you do not think about Africa. You don't think about the trials and tribulations of Africans. You don't think of Haitians. You don't think of Jamaicans. You don't think of the Caribbeans as a whole. You think of Martin Luther King. You think of Malcolm X. You think of Harriet Tubman. You think of all the other people that were here in America. Rosa Parks. You think of our civil rights. You think of our music. You think of Michael Jackson. You think of us. So trying to claim to be black again is y'all ill intention to want to colonize us against our will. And you guys are being propped up by the Democrats. We all know what you guys are doing. You're propped up by globalists like George Soros and other Pan-African globalists who are trying to colonize us against our will. The issue is we are American, and we're never, ever going to stop believing that. And that is like the kryptonite to all you clowns that want to colonize us, because you hate to hear that we consider ourselves American. You're not going to change our identity any longer. We're not going for it. We're not African. We have denounced that African American term. I've never in my whole entire life ever called myself African American, not even once. I've always only been Black American. And you guys are going to have to get over yourself and figure out how to regulate Africa and the migrants that are scrambling all over the place to get anywhere else but stay in Africa. Leave us out of your mess. We did not create the problem over there in Africa, and we're not going to be the ones to be sacrificed to fix it. We're not. Deal with it. What's up, Safe Brother? Oh, long time no see. Hey, what's up, The Rock? Thank you for being here. And African Goddess, how are you doing? You said, are tethers trying to claim to be FBA again? It just was real interesting yesterday The Rock. I was on TikTok. I finally joined TikTok because of Love Worlds. Have you heard of her before? She has a platform where it's very fair and it's more controlled. And I really wanted to get on her platform and talk, but I got it blocked the first time I tried to get on, and then she unblocked me. At least she said she did. Anyways, she has very interesting panels where she asks African questions and she allows Africans to ask us questions. And it gets really, really interesting when we tell them we're not African, or we tell them that we don't belong to Africa. It's just very interesting. And this is another live like that. This is Mr. Derek 1400. African Goddess says, for Black in the UK, the phrase Black British itself began to appear after World War II, especially with migration from the Caribbean and Africa. Is that really so? Okay. Well, when you think of Black, though, African Goddess, do you think of the people in the UK? When you think of Black history, do you think of the people in the UK, though? I don't think of people. I don't even know people from the UK that are Black, to be honest with you. I think maybe a couple of actors. What's that guy's name? Idris, whatever his name is, the one that plays a Black American. He's the only one that I really know of. And maybe a fighter, that one Nigerian guy that had the car accident. That's the only couple of people that I even acknowledge. But when I think of them, I don't call them Black. I call them African. So it is what it is. So you guys can use that, I guess. But whenever we reference Black, when I've thought of my name as For Black Righteous Folks, I didn't think of Africa at all. I thought about Black Americans, and I thought about righteous people that are Black Americans being like-minded like myself, coming together and sharing ideas, and also dealing with the propaganda at hand, which is taking effect everywhere pertaining to our identity. Everyone is so riddled and consumed by who we want to be called. And they just won't accept the fact that we just want to stay as ourselves. We just want to remain separate from other people. We don't want to be colonized. We don't want to be erased. We don't want to be forgotten. We don't want to be claimed as African, because we're not African. We're multi-race individuals. We have ties to this soil firmly, and we do not want to be uprooted from America and made over against our will, which is what I feel Pan-Africans and Africans long to do. All right. Golden Brown, what's up? How you doing? Thank you for being here. You said it is sad that you hate yourself so much that you want someone else's identity. I think it's sad that they just can't be prideful with just accepting that we are who we are and they are who they are. And whoever told them to come to platforms demanding that we look at ourselves as them is just really ridiculous. It's lame. It's butthurt energy. It is sad because when we reply, we're not going to talk nice about it, because we shouldn't even have the discussion to begin with. When you say Black, you only think about FBA. Yeah, I only think about Black Americans. I don't think about Africans, not one time. There is no such thing as Black Brit. Well, maybe she knows more because she's been in UK before. Maybe they do call themselves Black British. But when I have a Black history, I only am concerned with Black Americans. I do not think about anybody else outside of America. He said, yes, people in the UK with origins in the Caribbean or Africa classify themselves as Black British or in census forms. Okay, but do you think of them, though, when we say Black History Month? Are you going to be thinking about the UK people, or do you think about Black Americans? Be honest. So let's get back to this.
And we're going to move on to vague. Hold on. Wait. We're going to go to vague persona. Vague persona, where you from? What's your ethnicity, ma'am?
Right. Can I address the host, please?
I'm asking, yes. Where you from? What's your ethnicity first?
I'm South Sudanese. I'm from the Dinka Will tribe of Nilotic, East African.
Okay, where are you presently located?
Australia. You gonna call me a flea? I know that's coming.
I'm not, no.
You gonna call me a flea?
I'm not, no, I don't usually just call people fleas for no reason. That was just a wild, I wasn't expecting that, but okay, what's your thoughts on the problem?
Look, I'm not trying to get involved in Black American affairs. Like Rico, my brother, you're living in the Netherlands and you're continental African, your ethnicity. I don't think this is our place to really have these.
My ethnicity isn't African. My ethnicity is.
So you're not your ethnicity is not African.
No.
With that accent.
My ethnicity. Oh, what do you mean that accent? I'm from the Netherlands.
Anyways, let me get back to the point. Let me land my plane. Then you can respond to me. No, let me land my plane. Let me land my plane. Then you can respond. I'm not gonna.
All right, hold on, Rico.
All I was trying to say is that this is Black American affairs. Now, just to answer your prompt host, I don't think Black Americans,
not even American though,
Africans
Rico,
and Caribbeans
hold on,
were
Rico. Go ahead. Let's speak to the prompt.
Yeah, I'm ignoring his ass. Now, what I'm trying to say is that we were never connected. The only thing we share is melanated skin, but we all can recognize that we are very different. We have different cultures. We have different links. I mean,
and this is the type of African that I would get along with. Being honest, being respectful, accepting the differences, not trying to muddle the waters, not trying to take nothing from us. I would have a conversation with her. I would be cool with this type of African. African Goddess says we have Black Month in UK. Oh my God. It was copied from the USA. Yeah, they're trying to colonize us, African Goddess. I'm trying to tell you, it's been going on for a number of years behind the scenes where we didn't even notice. But now we're noticing because you have social media and you have people irate about claiming Black, irate about us not claiming African. I mean, this guy came unglued when I told him we did not look like him. We looked younger in the face. He got off his mic. He started screaming and yelling like he was about to have a heart attack. I couldn't believe it. He acted like I slapped his grandma. It was crazy as hell. You said, wow, let's go.
Looking at Africans as a continent with 54 different countries, right? So we're all fighting amongst ourselves within continental Africa. So we cannot go to America and then fight with Black Americans about who they are and where they come from. This is not our place. We should not be trying to write that narrative for them. Now, why can't we accept that we don't want any connection to them? I'm assuming that's a question for a Black American, because I can't really understand why you guys can't accept that. You guys may have your own reasons. It's not really my place to say anything. But all I'm saying is that, hey, look, when we're looking at the first line of the prompt, your closest allies, I would say, is Caribbeans, because you have a large percentage of Caribbeans in America. And a lot of them...
Unfortunately, we don't have no allies. People are trying to replace us. People are trying to have authority and dominion over us. People look at what Marcus Garvey attempted to do as a prelude of what they want to do, having control and say so over what we're going to do. And I think that's why they always go to Marcus Garvey. Oh, Marcus Garvey did this. Marcus Garvey did nothing. He did not go to Africa. He ended up scamming the Black Americans. He had mail fraud. He had a fake boat that didn't, or ship that didn't work, and so forth and so on. He ended up going back to Jamaica, and also he went to the UK. He could have went to Africa if it was that serious. He could have got his Jamaicans to want to go if it was that serious, but it wasn't serious. He was sent, in my opinion, by people from the UK to come over with this notion of Pan-African talk. And that's why we need to put it to rest, because it's nothing more than an ideology that has failed over 100 years ago, and it's failing now. Look at South Africa right now. There's no unity. Look at all the other countries that are fighting, and you don't see, for instance, President Mahama of Ghana having a conference gathering of leaders from all over Africa. No, he wants to gather leaders talking about reparations that don't even belong to him because he's too busy trying to steal from us. And then y'all wonder why we have this I wouldn't say hate, but a dislike, a strong dislike for many of the Africans because of how y'all move and what y'all do. You know, it's insulting that Ghana's president is calling himself leading the charge of reparations when his Ganja tribe were slave catchers, when his family bloodline was involved in snatching up people, dismantling families, throwing them on boats and leaving them there to rot and die. Like I say, I don't know of an African in my family bloodline yet, but I'm just assuming that perhaps on my mom's side, she may have had African ancestry, but that doesn't clear up the fact that I have indigenous ancestry to my father here on the soil of America. And it doesn't change the fact that I may have also European blood. So, you know, this notion of us like worshiping Africa and worshiping Africans because we have a blood test or we had a spit test or whatever like that. I'm just not into worshiping people. You know, I worship God and God only. I give thanks to people if they help me. I give thanks and, you know, I appreciate people that are there for me, but I'm not going to sit there and praise anybody.
Have actually intermarried with Black Americans. You'll have like mixed race Black American Caribbean kids, and like that's different. With Africans, I can't say too much because I don't know what they're like in America, but all I have to say is let's just not touch too much on Black American affairs. We cannot, as continental Africans, come up on these panels and say, you are African, like you don't even know these people from a bar of soap. Like this is all social media. They may have done their genealogy. They may know their ancestors. I was up on your panel earlier and I was listening to Miss QI. Can't say her name, but QI was very, very responsive and educated in what she was saying. And I agreed with her. As an African, we are not the same, definitely. We're very different. And no African should be claiming Black Americans as being African because you don't know their story of what they've been through. I'll land my plane there.
See, that's what I'm talking about. It's such a rare thing, though, listening to an African be so honest and clear and precise in how she talks. You know, these type of Africans, Black Americans don't have an issue with. In fact, we would, you know, have a conversation with you, you know, but unfortunately, there's only about 1 or 2% of y'all that act like this, that talk like this. The vast majority of you, especially Nigerians and Ghanaians, I've noticed, have a deep rooted agenda, which you guys feel as if you really want to capture us and have control over us. Is beckoning back to the slave trade era, where you guys feel like you have authority over us because you used to enslave folks, and you feel like you should have authority over us, like in that same line of thinking, as you feel like you are deserving to have ownership over us, which is effed up. We are not slaves no longer. We're not nobody's property no longer. We are freed people, and we're not going to allow ourselves to go back in the mindset of a slave. Every time I hear Africans talk, most of them want to talk about slave trade because they relic, they have like, they finally, what is the word? It gives them life. For some strange reason, it gives them life. They feel emboldened talking about slave trade. They feel happy about it. I don't think most Africans are sorry about the slave trade. They're just sorry that it didn't work out and pan out with better benefits, like what happened over here in America and the UK, with infrastructure and having organize streets and lights and, modern look and feel of what we have going on right now. That's the only thing I think most Africans are upset about, that they did not benefit like the others did. And they want to get that. This is why they want to claim us, in hopes that we feel obligated to them to fix and give our money in support of building up Africa. And we do not have that vision. Most of us don't feel like we're obligated to nothing in Africa. We do not want to give over money. We don't want to leave America to help build nothing, because it's not our place. It's not our plight. And we are letting y'all know that our plight and everything that happens to us will be here on this soil of America. It will never be over there in Africa. Most of us would never even go visit Africa. And I would say don't visit it more so now, because of all the things going on, as you can see. Let's go.
Correction. Boomerang. Boomerang. Thank you. What you say, Jay?
You land your boomerang.
Oh,
And now your ring gets wrapped.
That's
Not an analogy because I'm Australian.
yeah.
I just picked that up.
All right. Let me see. Sanga.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Hello. Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
So I'm South African. I'm from the Xhosa tribe. Yeah. So I'm interested in this topic because
Okay, but first, where you currently located?
in the Eastern Cape, where Xhosa people
Hold
are.
on. Where?
In the Eastern Cape.
In the Eastern Cape?
Yeah. In South Africa. I'm in South Africa.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, now go ahead.
No, this topic is very interesting to me, like regarding the origin of Black Americans. Because a lot of you guys, some of you say, okay, you're from Africa. Others are saying, no, we didn't come from Africa. It's always interesting to me to hear what you guys think you come from, to be honest. And that's why I'm here.
People have different origin stories.
That I've heard on the internet by Black Americans. It's always interesting to hear what you guys think come from. And yeah, I want to hear that from you. Yeah.
That was weird. Hold on. Let me read some I just found from Reuters. Washington, May 22nd. Foreigners seeking to adjust their immigration status in the United States to secure green cards will have to do so from outside the country via the State Department, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services said on Friday, in a move criticized by 8 groups. Wow. USCIS announced the move in a policy memo, which directed officers to consider relevant factors and information on a case-by-case basis when determining whether extraordinary relief is warranted. An alien who is in the United States temporarily and wants a green card must return to their home country to apply. Oh my God, said the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which has oversight of USCIS. This policy allows our immigration system to function as the law intended instead of incentivizing loopholes. The USCIS said the new policy will free up agency resources to focus on processing other cases. HIAS, an aid group that provides services to refugees, among other groups of immigrants, said USCIS was forcing survivors of trafficking and abused and neglected children to return to the dangerous countries they fled in order to process their applications for green cards, granting them permanent residency in the United States. Wow. Friday's policy change is the latest in a series of steps taken by the U.S. President Donald Trump over the last year to tighten migration to the United States. Last year, the Trump administration moved to shorten the duration of visas for students, cultural exchange visitors, and members of the media. In January, the State Department announced that it had revoked more than 100,000 visas since Trump, took office the year before. Wow. Now that's something. He's saying if you want it that bad, go back where you come from and, let it be known that's that is wow. I cannot believe he did that. Wow, that's crazy. What y'all feel about that, y'all? Okay, let me read some of you guys' comments. You said it's called intergroup animosity. Look it up. I'm gonna look that up. Hold on, let me see if it'll come up on my AI. I'll look it up real quick. Wow, he's having them go back. He is not playing. He is not playing. People that have been taking advantage of the system are really upset right about now, because every time they turn around, there's more bad news for them. I'm sure that they're not happy about all that. But, it is what it is. Let me see. Intergroup. Is it called animosity? Animosity. Okay, let me see. Intergroup animosity refers to the prejudice, hostility, and tensions that arise between different social groups based on race, religion, politics, or class. It is heavily driven by perceived threats to a group's resources or status, leading to stereotyping, discrimination, and deep societal polarization. I mean, we're not even the type of people to have a lot of disdain or dislike for people, but we're having an issue with people trying to impose their will onto us. We do not like Africans or Pan-Africans trying to tell us out of the blue that we're suddenly Africans and that we're really not Americans. We don't like that. We wish you guys well in your endeavor to be Pan-Africans and to go to Africa and get to getting, you know what I mean? But the issue is you guys are so gung-ho over what we're doing. And what we're doing is not what you want us to do. We're not going to Africa. We're not claiming to be Africans. And we're not going to help Africa out. We're going to help ourselves. We're going to help our own. That's how we should be. That's how we used to be. And all that changed in 1965 with that immigration bill came out. And of course, Jesse Jackson really made it so, where he opened up his organization for everybody else and put everybody else over us. And this is why everybody assumes that's the way it's supposed to be. Like we're supposed to be servants and workers for everybody else's plight. And that's ridiculous. We're not your servants. Bottom line, we're not your slaves, and we do not owe none of y'all anything. We don't even owe you an explanation. But I'm giving one in this video in hopes that people would understand where we're coming from. So, just recently there was a Haitian Flag Day that just passed. Let me show y'all what happened. And everybody's good with having their own day. But when we have our months or we have our holidays, everybody's trying to snatch it away from us. I mean, why is it okay for other people to be joyous about where they come from? Everybody expects us not to have our own holiday. Everybody's expecting us to just give up everything that we ever did for everybody else's plight. And that's where the animosity is stemming from. Y'all have got to pipe down. Y'all have got to learn to respect us. And you have got to just move on and work with the people that want to work with you. because trying to force us to do something that we don't want to do is like oil and water. It does not and will never mix. We're the water, y'all the oil, and y'all trying to make us mix together, and we're not doing it because it's no benefit for us to be worrying about you. How does that benefit us? Please tell me in the chat room, or if you're not even in the chat room, if you could jump down and tell us what would be the benefit of Black Americans worrying about everybody else's plight but not us. How does that benefit us? Y'all know it does not benefit us. If you come down in the chat room and lie, I will point that out, but there's no benefit. There's no blessing. There's no benefit. Therefore, we're not going to do that. And that's just what it is. But yeah, that's what the tension is from, this, I guess, intergroup animosity that's coming from us. We do not want y'all to feel emboldened to act as if you are our leader, to act as if you are going to tell us how we're going to do and what we're going to say and all that. We don't want y'all over us. Sorry. Y'all have a lot of fixing to do in your own home country, especially Haiti. Y'all have a lot to do over there in various parts of Africa. Why are y'all skipping over your own people to worry about Black Americans? It's because there is a deep-rooted agenda that I've been pointing out, and it's all out in the open now. There's no hiding no more. We see who's on what side, and everybody's against us. There's nobody that's going to ally with us because, you know, they want us to be involved in their shit. Okay, it's called, all right, it's not xenophobic. It's not Golden Brown for sure. Xenophobic. You said even if Black Americans had 100% African DNA, it's a different culture. We don't have 100% African DNA, though. We're all mixed up. And like I said, I'm not going to be putting African on a pedestal because I have a tinge of African in me. No, I'm not doing that. I'm going to be honoring my ancestors of this soil of America. I want to know what they did. I found out that most of my people on my father's side were avid farmers and whatnot from the research that I did so far. And I think I've seen white people also in my side. I have to get confirmation though. But, you know, we're from this soil and there's nothing wrong with us claiming to be American. It's as if you guys have told yourself if we claim American that we hate. You guys are telling us we hate ourselves. Like, you guys didn't say this back in the 80s and the 70s and the 90s. And then suddenly about 2015 or so is when all this rhetoric start coming out into YouTube. And now we're in this place where we are having to defend ourselves. And it seems as if we dislike y'all, but it's defending ourselves. That's what we're doing. You said listening to her is very refreshing. Thank you for being here, Safe Brother. How have you been? You said not sure the views of African migrants are reflective of Africans in Africa. Safe Brother said they're sad because Africa is not a first world continent by and large. That's what I know, Safe Brother, because if they were able to build up their continent at the same time that America built itself up, they wouldn't be saying what they're saying. But they feel like we are the juice that helped build America, and they want us to be used up for their building. And it's like, how do y'all even look at us to think that we would just take time to just leave America, fly way over there, and get to working for you? They really have that sickness, that sickness from their bloodline where they think that they should be demanding of us to be involved with them now. And we're telling you we're not interested. Just accept the answer we give. Go get the migrants that are all over the place. You have more than enough people in Africa. You don't need us. You have many hundreds of thousands of men all over the place in Africa. You got all the help you can get. The problem is the people that leave Africa that get these skills like engineers or become doctors or whatever, they don't come back home because they are freed from what they deem is not just for them to live like. That's not our problem. That's y'all problem. Y'all need to be arguing with those people that refuse to return to Africa, that have left Africa and they have been in America for 20, 30, 40 years. Holler at them. That's the best suggestion I have for y'all. Track them down. Badger them. Hem them up. Don't hem up people that have nothing to do with you, that don't even want to be bothered with Africa, that don't even see themselves as y'all. Y'all sound ridiculous trying to make this our issue. That's why we're fighting back. Safe Brother says, yeah, I'm planning on visiting Japan near the end of the year. When I think about traveling, Africa doesn't come up as one of the places I want to visit. You know, now that they have that Ebola situation, it's going to be harder for y'all to go to Africa, specifically Uganda. I wouldn't want to know who would want to go to Congo in the first place, but I'm pretty sure that this is going to ramp it up. More traveling restrictions to come. In fact, let me show y'all the latest with the Ebola, because I do have a video to share about that, and it is getting kind of bad, and it's really, really sad what's about to go on. They're actually screening at the U.S. airports for any traveler that comes from those areas. So let's look at this real quick, and then we'll get back to the video and see what happened, because what really happened as this video goes on is going to be very exceptional. There was a read on the video. This Black American guy read the Africans later on in this video up and down and around. I was like, oh my God, I never heard nobody give a read like that.
Thank you all for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox as we are following the latest developments when it comes to an Ebola outbreak. It's happening over in the Congo and Uganda, but of course, health officials around the world are on high alert. And now we know that airports are screening their travelers amid this outbreak. Joining us live now is Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez. She's there at Dulles International in D.C. Stephanie, what can you tell us about the screenings?
Yeah, well, the update is it's one specific airport, and that is Dulles International Airport. This is the international airport of the nation's capital in the backyard here. Now, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, they announced, and this started just before midnight, that now anyone who has traveled in the three main countries we're talking about here, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, or Uganda, if they've traveled through those countries in the past 21 days of now trying to get back into the United States, they will now be funneled to here at Dulles International Airport for special health screenings. Usually that entails or includes taking temperature checks, as well as doing contact tracing if necessary. Not the first time something like this has been done before. DHS saying that this is to make sure that Americans are protected. Officials still saying that the risk to spread to the U.S. is low. May 15th is when Congo confirmed an Ebola outbreak caused by a strain that there is no vaccine for. An American doctor was the first to test positive. As an American, he was on a missionary trip for a nonprofit out of Pennsylvania and had to be evacuated to Germany for treatment after testing positive. As of last Saturday, the CDC had at least 246 suspected cases and at least 80 deaths reported in just Congo alone. And we know those numbers have grown. The incubation period of the strain, 2 to 21 days after exposure. That is according to the CDC. So we're at international arrivals now. The news catching folks by surprise. It is early. We reached out to the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, though, to find out more about what that is going to look like for any passengers who are flagged as having traveled to the three countries and anyone else aboard a plane with that specific traveler. But we did talk with someone.
What I find puzzling is that they're still wanting to do the World Cup here in America. And I believe that that's going to bring about an issue, in my opinion, because too many people are going to be flying over here. And we don't know who went where and what. I just really do not care to have another epidemic. I really hope that he will think things through. Trump will think things through and disallow anybody having access to America. I don't know. I just think it should be what do you call it? It should be changed on the table when it's supposed to happen. They should really wait to see what's about to happen. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that there will be any issue with people coming all the way over here, and Ebola, the hantavirus, and all these other things won't be coming along with them? The new STD that's causing ringworms. I don't know. I'm glad that I don't travel that much anymore. I haven't traveled since 2010. It's been a long time since I've been on a plane. But anyways, let me see what else you got to say. We don't want them here in the U.S. Okay. Take that Haitian Flag Day shit back to Haiti. It's really crazy what's going over in Haiti. A little bit later, I'll talk about that. You said, no, they can go to adjoining countries, not everywhere in South Africa. The Supreme Court rules TPS is over and Trump can deport whomever. When did that happen? Tell me where to go to find that. We don't want them here. Okay, I don't, and I will never claim shit from Africa. It's not about hate. It's just that, it would be easier if there wasn't an agenda attached to what they're doing. It'd been easier to say, yeah, we may have some African ancestry, but we're ultimately Americans now. But you guys make it hard for us to even claim that, because you guys are trying to act like you're trying to consume us and snatch us up and capture us and stuff. It's weird. I mean, I wish you guys could see yourselves from the point of view of how we see y'all. And hopefully that would stop what you guys are doing. We don't respect how you guys are moving right now, most of y'all. I can't say African Goddess does that. The Sudan woman that you just heard earlier, she doesn't sound like that. She sounds similar to how African Goddess talks. And those are the only type of Africans that we would get along with. The ones that respect us as ourselves. Don't try to colonize us and make us over. That's all we want. You said, I feel like playing my Lee Greenwood. What is that? You said, I've been all right. I know I've been a while since I've been in your live stream. Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm glad you're okay, though. I'm doing better. A lot better since the last few months. My voice has finally cleared up a little bit. Finally, it took forever. I had acid reflux and it had damaged my vocal cords. Luckily, I found some remedy, slippery elm, for those that have problems with your voice or acid reflux or whatever like that. You can take something called slippery elm. You can get it as a lozenge. You can go to one of those places that have like herbs and different remedies for yourself. I bought that and I got some spray with something in it, but it really has done wonders over the last couple of months. But yeah, if you have like some weird thing going on with your voice, go definitely get slippery elm. That will really help to help the inflammation go down, and it will basically clear it up in a matter of a couple of months. You said exactly, the brain drain is serious. It really is, African Goddess, but there's nobody badgering those Africans to go back home. They don't get nothing in their direction. Nobody says nothing to them. They just say, oh, this is what happens when they don't come back. We lose all our gifted people, but they don't make them feel some kind of way about it. Why are they trying to make us feel the way that they should be making them feel? That's the issue. They have displaced energy on the wrong people. They need to put the energy on the people that have been here for decades, that are actually come from the continent, and tell them to return. Don't tell us to go do the job for them. That's ridiculous. And that's why we have an issue. You said, to be honest, I think Ghana's year of return was originally aimed at Ghanaians living abroad. African Goddess, that's not true. They have devised a plan. That's why they had Nancy Pelosi and other congressional Black caucus, like 14 people, including Ilhan Omar, went to Ghana to give their blessing to Ghana. It's all been orchestrated by them. So we were the reason for all of this right now, in my opinion. Improvement, says Trump cut WHO grift. Ebola been around since 1970s. Now it's a global threat. Well, I mean, it could be another strand. It could be another strand in movement. World Health Organization is corrupt. Yeah, they're all corrupt. And you said, don't think Trump cuts is what causes the Ebola outbreak. It's more likely to be caused by what people are eating. Yeah, they're eating all that weird meat. You know, it's crazy. In fact, shout out to Mouthy Megan. She did a video where some people were trying to bring in some of that bush meat, and they had maggots in there in the suitcase and all that. It was crazy. And those are the types of things that could cause all these epidemics. You said, yeah, Houston is actually hosting the World Cup mid-June. As historian, I am legit worried about what and who people are bringing over here. I would be worried too, Safe Brother. Man, I think he should put it off, in my opinion. He should wait until they have an understanding of who is who and how bad it's gotten or whatever. They should wait at least 3 months, something. You said, who gives us money or we will send E? I disagree. To African Goddess. C6D, prior to now, there have been many Ebola outbreaks. And Luke Skywalker says they are our cousins, though. They're not our cousins, Luke Skywalker. They can be your cousins. My cousins are over here. I'm sorry. I'm not claiming people to be anything but my real blood. You can claim them all you want. You can claim them all you want. Do the Chinese claim the Koreans? Do the Chinese claim the Japanese people? Do the Ukrainians claim the Russians? People have their own distinct identities that they want preserved. That's why Ukraine and Russia's in war right now. Because they don't want to be dominated and taken over. They want their own agency. They want their own tribe of people to be separate. And it's okay to be separate. The issue is people are trying to demand that suddenly we claim people we know nothing about. We don't know y'all. We don't share anything with y'all. We don't eat your food. We don't share your culture. We don't have your language. We don't know the ins and outs of what you guys are about. We don't know you. We're not claiming y'all. Sorry. But you can, if you want to claim them, Luke Skywalker, that's your business. You said, Safe Brother, think you need close physical contact to get Ebola. And a movement says there have been multiple Ebola outbreaks since the virus was first identified in 1976. How are you doing, Robert Platinum? Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Safe Brother says C6D isn't there an airborne version of that as well? I don't know. That's kind of scary to imagine it being airborne. African Goddess says improvement by understanding is you, or in movement by understanding is you get it by eating bushmeat. There is no cure, so cuts to medical aid should not impact it. If movement says Ebola is currently not spreading widely, but there is a public health emergency declared due to the outbreak of the Bundibugyo virus in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Uganda, the World Health. Wow, I've never heard of that before. A movement says organization WHO has declared this outbreak a public health emergency of international concern, but it does not meet pandemic criteria. Luke Skywalker says we working this in, they ain't working their in. I bet they won't let you F with them. What are you talking about? F with them. I'm not trying to F with them. I want them to leave me be. I want them to accept the truth from us and leave us alone. That's what I want. I'm not trying to say go and attack nobody and go harm nobody. We're just standing our ground and making it plainly understood that we do not want to be colonized by Africans. Period. Dot. I'm going to remain a Black American until I die. I'm not changing my colors to suit nobody. I'm not bowing down to Africans, period, dot. If you want to go do that, Luke Skywalker, then you need to go be the crash dummy for Africans, but we're not going. African Goddess says, but it may be that if there are more health workers outbreaks at spotted and contained earlier. You know, I'm glad you mentioned that, because something really weird happened over there in the Congo. Do you guys know that the Africans got so upset because they would not relieve or release the body of someone that died of Ebola that they burnt down? Let me see if I can find it. They burnt down the tent where they were trying to keep the people at bay from having some issues. Look at this, y'all. This is the type of stuff that's going to spread Ebola, though, doing this stupid stuff.
Fear and anger in Ituri province, where a crowd set parts of a medical facility on fire. Their friend and relative, Eli, died from Ebola, and they wanted to reclaim his body so they could bury him. But the bodies of those infected remain highly contagious. When the hospital personnel said the body could not be taken away, the situation quickly escalated.
Local youths became angry, demanding to know why the young man had died. This caused a commotion, culminating in the youth setting fire to the treatment center built for Ebola patients. Inside was the body of my own brother, Ansimwa Katabukwa, which was burned beyond recognition.
The Congolese province of Ituri is at the heart of the latest Ebola outbreak. Since the first cases were detected there, the disease has spread to North Kivu, and cases were also detected in Uganda. In the latest development, the M23 rebel group said new cases were confirmed in South Kivu, a province under its control. The conflict has displaced hundreds of thousands of people, weakened health services, and made some areas difficult or dangerous for medical teams to reach. It has also fueled suspicion towards health workers.
Some people will say it's magic, others will refuse to believe it, others will say we're making the numbers up, and others will say we're playing it down for various reasons. But the reality is that the epidemic exists, and humanitarian workers as well as the health authorities are doing everything they can to stop it.
Health authorities say they need more supplies and more staff to fight the outbreak. Several health workers have succumbed to Ebola in recent weeks.
All right, so they put it on fire. I wonder if that's going to have some repercussions. With it being put on fire, the body being put on fire in the air with all those particles from the smoke and all that, I would not want to inhale that. So hopefully they did not add to the fuel of the spread of this Ebola. It's real sad. I'm man, that is crazy though, to think about how fast different Ebola strands could be. I don't know if it was made in the lab or what. I mean, where did it first start? Did it come from monkeys or what? Do you guys know anything about how Ebola was first diagnosed or where it came from? I don't know enough about it, but I'm so glad we don't have to deal with that. I hope we don't have to deal with that, rather, because that would not be cool to mix in all that kind of stuff. Let me go to the platform. You said, I guess it's a strand of Ebola. And Movement says scientists at Oxford University are developing a new vaccine that could be ready for clinical trials within 2 to 3 months after CI. Don't trust any of them. I'm not taking none of that stuff. You said it may be that if there are more healthcare workers outbreaks as spotted and contained earlier. And you said that why they burn it so it won't spread, stupid. Well, again, if it's in the air, there's particles of the disease that's being spread, dummy, from the body because they're burning the body, dummy. And that's the part I would be concerned about, dumbass. The Rock says they are so backwards and slow, it is pathetic. African Goddess says, Congo is very poor, so my guess is education standards are low and people don't understand how it's spread. And The Rock says, somebody call O'Shea Duke Jackson and tell him to stay in Uganda. I think he's in Kenya now. I was thinking about that earlier. I think he got out of Dodge of Uganda after he got scammed. I think he made his move to Ghana. I mean, not Ghana, but Kenya. African Goddess says, wait, the rebel group is reporting cases. Lord God, we are in trouble. They did? Think it was people eating bats that started it? Wow. 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 Who would think that that is a thing to eat? Okay, let's get back to the video. We have a lot to cover. It's going to get very interesting. This is educational purposes only. It's for us to understand the mindset of many of these Africans that are hell-bent over us claiming them and why it is an issue for us. Why we are saying no to that is not xenophobic. It's the fact that we want to maintain our own agency, our own identity. We do not want to be erased and replaced into something that we're not. So there it is.
Hold on. What's going on, babe?
Why she moaning?
I don't like her ass.
I'm over here like, had you been listening, you would have heard what we've said. Like, there's panels every day telling people where we're from.
Exactly, QR.
Once again, that NPC crap is you know what? Let me mute.
Guys, I apologize for moaning. I didn't realize it was that bad. Sanga, can I ask you a question?
Your coward ass fled. You talked all that shit in the audience. Why you ain't had a heart to say that shit while you was on the panel, Rico?
Why do you flee? That's what we do. We Africans, we're fleers. That's what they call us. We like to flee. Sanga, you're South African, right?
Yes.
So how do you feel about what's happening in Africa and your fight against migrants, or what I should say, illegal migrants? Because I understand.
African Goddess, do you sound similar to her? I could imagine you sounding something like her. Maybe I'm tripping. Anyways, let's get back.
Guys go hand in hand. So we have Black Americans. They want to delineate from being grouped under Africans, right? And I understand that point. Now, as South Africans, I just want to understand from your perspective, why do you feel a similar way? I feel like you have a connection from Americans because you guys have different fights, but the end goal is very similar.
Yes, yeah, we do. So, what do you want? You want to know what do I think about the whole thing? So
yeah, with the illegal migrants and your fellow Black Africans, you guys want them to be sent back home. Yeah, it's quite crazy what's happening.
I don't think it's crazy, but I do think that people that are outside of South Africa don't really understand what South Africans want regarding this issue. Because South Africans want, they don't mind having other Africans who are in the country, who are in the country and following the laws of the country. What they don't want to see is the drug dealers. Like today, there was a march. There was a lot of drug dealers from Nigeria, some of them that were taken by the police. That's who they don't want in the country. South Africans are some of the most welcoming people you'll ever meet. The rural areas are filled with a lot of people from Somali, from a lot of African countries. And when they come to the villages, they get to be part of the communities. South Africans love people, okay? They are very welcoming. But once you start not respecting them, that's where you then with that, you are not going to get along with them. But otherwise, South Africans are very welcoming and they love other Africans. But yeah, that's just all that I'd like to other people who are not in South Africa to understand. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But a lot of people who are not in South Africa, they don't understand that. South Africans are so welcoming, and yeah.
I've seen the panels, and that's why I wanted to ask you. So Anyways, I'm gonna let everyone else on the panel share their points.
All right, we gonna go to Rags. Rags, where you from? What's your ethnicity, sir?
Santiago, living in London.
Hold on, from where? I didn't hear where you
Can you say that clearly, brother? We can't hear you.
Hold on, big. I don't need you to do all that. Relax. I got it. All right, one more time, because I was speaking. Where?
Santiago.
Santiago.
No, Santiago.
And where you say you...
The ethnic groups in Ghana.
All right, where you say you presently located?
London. Imagine
in London?
They're trying to call me a hater. It's crazy.
You said London?
Yeah, man. London.
All right, well, what's your thoughts on the prom?
Yeah, well, I believe that some Black Americans are connected to Africans through shared ancestry. I think we know the history of the transatlantic slave trade. We can see in the DNA test that there were common haplogroups. So we can see a genetic mutation.
Kiki just made a really good point. It's no living people that you can match to living Black Americans. So how is it common ancestry? What are you talking about?
Well,
matching people to a regional area, it does not make us the same, okay?
I didn't say it makes you the same. We're talking about connections. I think
it don't make us connected. It does not make us connected. It does not make us connected either, okay?
Yes, it literally does. Ancestry connection.
No, it literally does.
You don't have a living relative that you can say is your cousin. It doesn't mean that you're not related by
literally doesn't.
Averaging pops up on my ancestry.
Why can't I respond
More
to
likely
you?
that a white person will pop up on my ancestry than somebody else. I don't have anybody that says Nduke as your third, fourth distant cousin. I don't have that. You guys are wiped out.
Rags, you relying on the
you guys are wiped out.
Hold on, Rags, you relying on the
DNA. If you
DNA.
the same haplogroup as somebody, then it means that you got a common ancestor by definition.
Okay, Rags. Rags, I see that you're relying on this DNA testing and stuff. Let me ask you this.
What do you mean by relying? I'm not relying on anything.
That's what you're speaking from. You said because of the DNA, didn't you?
I said that's one way we're connected, yeah, 100%.
All right, well, that's what I'm asking you about.
Not we, I mean me and certain Black Americans. I don't know about.
Well, I'm asking you. Well, listen to my question. I'm asking you. What's the size of the pool? What's the size of that gene pool? What's the size? What's the numbers?
You say what's the size of the Aberdeen pool? What are you talking about?
The gene pool. How many Black Americans have their DNA tested to match to Africa? What's the size of that pool?
I have no idea. I'm going based on the ones that I've come across, the people that have shown me their DNA test.
All right,
so my personal sample size might be about 20 to 50 people.
All right, so okay, cool. So let's say 20 to 50 people took the test, and it relates back to Africa. How can you use that to say that more than 40 million people relate back to Africa?
I would say that 40 million people relate back to Africa.
But didn't you just say that we're connected? Because didn't you say we as Black Americans are connected to Africa?
No, I literally said not we. When I spoke to you, I said we, but maybe not you. I literally excluded you just now, so you're not listening, bro.
He's talking in circles, right? So here's my question. Do you know how DNA works? Like DNA matches work?
I have a question before that. Why do many Africans sound like Darth Vader? Why do y'all sound like y'all, the men, not the women? The women don't sound like that. The men always come off like Darth Vader, like their voices, like it needs to be in a movie or something, in a haunted house type of thing. I mean, that's weird to me. I don't know. Every time I hear these men, especially Nigerians, like Tunija, they sound like they could be easily depicted the voice of Darth Vader. It's crazy.
No. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever did a DNA test before?
done the DNA test.
Okay, so this is what happens when you do a DNA test. So what happens is your DNA test is matched with other people who have the same DNA. So through that, you can see who you actually are related to in those matches. Like, for example, I see my mom who took the test. I see my uncle. I see cousins who have actually taken the test. They pop up on my matches. I see distant relatives that have actually taken the test, and they've popped up too. Meaning, and then when I go and I look at their actual trees, if they're public, I see a common ancestor on their actual tree, right? That we share, whether it's a grandparent, a great grandparent, or a fifth great grandparent, if they went that far. So a DNA test doesn't say, oh, you're from this region. It only tells you who you're related to.
Correct. DNA databases have got the haplogroups. They can match you onto the people that share your same haplogroup, which is why they can tell you what.
I got a phone call. Do you understand that part?
You repeated back what I said. When you asked me,
no.
how do I know how DNA works? I already said that they match your chromosomes to the genes that they have on their databases.
You can't. I'm telling you.
That they've got haplogroups in their databases as well. And if you share the same haplogroup with somebody, then you're in the region.
I would. Because for some reason,
quiet when
because he thinks he has a prevalent an actual accent, he thinks he sounds smart. And what I asked him was, how does a DNA test work?
I literally was
and
quiet when she was speaking, but she
take a DNA test because had he took the actual test, he would understand that you have your matches of people who share an actual common ancestor. It does not tell you what region you're from. It doesn't say, oh, you know what, you're from Tennessee. That's not what a DNA test tells you. It tells you who you're related to. And you see those matches, and a lot of times those matches, you share a common grandparent, and you can actually see it off of their tree. And if the trees are, it's common sense. Even when you go and do a DNA maternity or paternity test, that is to clarify if you're actually related to that mom or dad. So you have to be actually related to that person. It cannot tell you you're connected to a particular landmass. That's not what DNA tells you.
I was quiet and I let you speak, and then I got muted for you to repeat the same mouthful. That's crazy. Wait 1 second. Can I respond to what was said to me? Can I respond to what was said to me? First of all, what you said doesn't negate the fact that there are haplogroups in the system, and you can match yourself to the people that share.
It doesn't work for
that share the same haplogroups as you.
And Black Americans do not share
to get educated on DNA.
We don't share the same haplogroups.
And this same guy will not argue with another African that's bordering wherever he's from. I believe he's a Nigerian. He sounds Nigerian. He would not be arguing with anybody from Ghana about being the same. He would not be arguing with Burkina Faso people as being the same. But yet he sits his black ass on this, melanated ass, I should say, on this platform. And he's arguing with us, trying to claim us. I mean, it's just so odd. It's really, really odd. Carmen says, Carmen Clinton, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. Oh, you do. I imagine you have a very refined voice, African goddess. I could tell you sound real proper, very correct and all that. I would love for you to do a channel, man. I would love for you to have your own platform. I would definitely be on there. Please consider getting a platform because people like you need to be talking instead of the ones that are ignorant or trying to colonize us against our will. There's way too many of those type of Africans that have a lot of earplay. but nobody like you has a channel. Nobody like you will speak, the truth. I think you guys should come out of the darkness and speak in the light. Anyways, Carmen Clinton, how you doing? Says, I have zero connection to the continent of Africa. I am a fully melanated American Indian woman. The USA is my motherland. My ancestors weren't imported here. They were indigenous humans. Yeah, I know that. My father told me we are Cherokee. On my great grandfather was Cherokee Indian. And we just don't want to claim another country because there's no benefit in claiming another country. What is the benefit of that? And like I said, I don't know my mother's side, so it's possible that she could have been my great parent could have been enslaved from Africa. But even still, they were discarded and left for dead. I'm not claiming those people that discarded my ancestor and left for dead. We had to reinvent ourselves. We had to mingle with other races of people to become who we are today. I just claim American first, second, and third. And there's no point in looking back. There's no benefit in us claiming another country or another continent. Where's the benefit? I don't want to live there. Even if they offer free land, I don't want to live there. Many Africans don't want to stay there. Why the fuck would I want to live there? So we don't have a relationship where we can gain something and we can give something. It's all about us giving. It's all about us sacrificing for them. And we're not willing to do that. If you can't get the Africans that have left 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago to go sacrifice themselves to go back to Africa, how in God's green earth can you expect people that have never been to Africa, don't know nothing about Africa, to have that feel or will to do? We don't want to be sacrificed for the betterment of Africa because it's a sacrifice. It is us giving up everything for y'all, and we're not willing to do that. We want to honor our ancestor sacrifice to live. We want to thrive. We want to live. We want to persevere here in America. We do not want to be used up and tossed to the side. That's how a lot of Africans, unfortunately, look at us as sacrificial lambs. Think about all the sacrifices that go on that continent. You guys have rituals that you guys do. You guys have body parts that you use to bring about fortune and other things, become famous and all these other things. Really weird, wicked type of stuff. We don't want no association with none of that. We have to be very guarded and protect ourselves. And we're just not the type of people today to allow anybody in our, in our circle. And that's being smart, because we have a will to survive. And people are trying to tell us we got to give up everything. We got to trust everybody that's so-called black. We're not doing that. You guys ain't doing that. So basically, do as I say, not as I do. That's what Africans would have us believe. Do as I say, not as I do. We're not doing that. What part of that don't y'all get? You said, I've been doing my genealogy. I've been gone back 7 generations so far. Haven't found a single African. I mean, it's more than likely it could have happened. But again, that person or ancestor was discarded and left for dead. And at that time, they weren't even called African. Think about it. When Britain colonized, or all the other Europeans, or Belgium, people from Belgium, Portugal, UK, or whoever else that were part of that Belgium conference in the 1800s, and they carved out Africa. It wasn't even called Africa before all that happened. Africans weren't called Africans before all that happened. That's why that terminology of African wasn't even brought to America until sometime in the 1700s. And it was brought here on purpose to bring about this confusion that we have right here, right now. And, you know, basically a lot of people that are a part of the Congressional Black Caucus and the leadership have sold out, and they feel some kind of way about us thriving here in America. And they would like to replace us with immigrants. That's what they've been doing. And all this is out in the open now. We see what the Democrats are on now. And there's no escape from the truth. We're not going to allow ourselves to be replaced. We're not claiming Africans in Africa because we are our own people, period, dot. We don't give a damn about what happened 400 or 500 years ago. Y'all didn't give a damn 400 or 500 years ago. Don't tell me to give a damn now, period, dot. You said, I plan on starting my channel in July and you better subscribe. Oh, yeah, definitely. I would love to hear you talk. African Goddess says, nope. Burkina Faso and Ghana share borders. They will have some of the same ethnic groups, but they don't claim them as their own. They're not arguing with them to claim them as their own. Why us? It's an agenda. The Rock says, for Black, if Africa was popping, they would have nothing to do with us. Exactly. If they were thriving and living the best life, they would look at us and roll their eyes. They would talk hella greasy shit to us. But since they're not, all of a sudden, they give a damn about us because, again, they want us to do the heavy lifting that they refuse to do. They want us to give the sacrifice that they refuse to do. And Africa will never, ever change until there are sacrifices. And we're not going to sacrifice ourselves for y'all. We're just not going to do it. And that's the bottom line. So let's get back to this.
That you can don't share the same haplogroup.
That you can match your.
We don't share the same haplogroup.
That's incorrect. They do.
No, we don't. Because if we did, when we did,
you should be lying. You're not educated on this. If you're saying that. You're not educated.
You're not.
I'm about to drop. I'm about to drop you. You're doing the same shit you always do. Stop
what
doing that.
About? They interrupted me.
Look, Jay, what was you saying? I'm gonna let you respond when Jay is finished. What did you say, Jay? Jesus Christ.
I was saying we don't share the same haplogroup. He keeps trying to put us in that box, but we don't. That's why when it says when you look at Ancestry and all these other 23andMe, it's for entertainment purposes. That's the entertainment purpose. When they're trying to put these people to have them fantasize about this belonging or something like that. They're lost. You know, DNA is pretty much like, I don't know if anybody heard the ship conundrum theory, like the wooden ship. Has anybody heard about that? It's saying that if you have a wooden ship and you replace the plank, one plank every day, is it the same ship or is it a brand new ship? Not the same plank, but you replace a different plank every single time, every day. It's still a boat that was, in theory, the boat that you had, but it's no longer that boat. That's our DNA. We're washed. We are a whole new group. That's why it's ethnogenesis. That's why a Nigerian today is not going to match with a fucking Kenyan. You guys are your own people. So cut that shit out.
But they said we weren't our own people. This is the weirdness that you guys do. Firstly, you don't know anything about haplogroup, so let me educate you. A haplogroup is a population.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to.
What's going on right now? You said I could respond.
Hold on, I want to go to Salon.
Oh, so you're a liar. Are you lying right now?
That's what you need to do.
Oh, so you're a liar because you said I could.
Car insurance or my rental's insurance or boat insurance.
So you're a liar because you said I could respond after that. So what's going on?
That's what you can do. That's the only thing you could do for us.
What's going on right now?
You educate us on that, mate? Mate, can you educate us down that? Can you educate us by switching the guy go 15 minutes to receive us on our boat and homeowners insurance?
This guy is dumb. I'm getting muted when you said I could respond. I'm getting muted.
I need you to do that. Can you do that?
Why is he a dunce and a dunce can speak?
Can you start running the rakes, please? I want to know.
I had to put him down. He will not stay muted. But I want to go to Solani and then Ryan. Hey, Solani, how are you?
Hello, panel.
Hey.
How y'all doing today?
Good, good.
Okay, it says, were Black Americans, Africans, and Caribbeans ever connected? And why can't they accept that we don't want any connection to them? Okay, so in the first place, no, we was never connected. We are totally separate people from them. What they don't understand is before Columbus even came over here to the Americas, that it was Black people already in Americas. Not just the United States, but the whole Americas. It was already Black people here. So, why they can't accept that we don't want to be connected to them no more? Because now they can't destiny swap with us. You feel me? You notice that anytime that we accomplish something, the Africans try to take credit for it. They still want to be connected to us so they can still say, oh, well, we part of them, so we did that too. And no, that's not how it go. So that's why I feel like they still want to be connected to us. They want to continue to destiny swap, you know, because if you notice when you go to another country or whatever, they are not known for being Black. Like you ask them, what are they? What is their race? They say, oh, I'm Nigerian, or I'm Jamaican, or I'm Trinidadian. It's never I'm Black. Until they come over here and we have to tell them, like, we was thinking like, oh, y'all Black like us. But no, they don't even classify as Black. So I'm not understanding any of this. But I'm going to just put it on. I was done with what I said, so.
Okay, thank you. I was doing something. Ryan?
Yes. To answer that front,
wait, hold on. Wait a second. Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm from Namibia, it's a country in Southern Africa on the Atlantic coast, just north of. And I'm from a tribe called the Herero tribe of Namibia. That tribe is in Namibia. It's in southwest Angola. It's in Botswana because of the 1904 genocide. It's in South Africa. So, and then wherever else, you know, it's just fragments of that same tribe. So that's roughly me.
Okay, where you presently located? Where you presently located?
I'm currently in Canada, in Edmonton, Alberta.
Of course, you're not in Africa. All right, what's your thoughts on the prompt, man?
Here are my thoughts on the prompt. Were Black Americans, Africans, and Caribbeans ever connected? Of course, they were connected because they all came from the same source, that is the African continent. It's the only continent where Black people come from. So if, I think the only exception is, of course, there could be, you know, people in the islands who have Chinese ancestry, or, you know, people from, let's say, Brazil, where there's a lot of mixing of blood, because originally, before the US became the center of the world, from what I understand, Brazil was actually the center of the world. And that is where most of the trade routes merged. And that's why you find Brazilians of all shades of color. So, but I would say that if the color is Black, most probably the original source is Africa. So they might be different people, but they come from the same source, yes. And maybe to come to that second prompt, and why can't they accept that we don't want any connection with them? So, I mean, those are questions of freedom of choice and political correctness and those kinds of things, right? So, I mean, you can be whoever you want, and then you can say, okay, I don't want to relate to this person or whatever. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, to be honest, is if you look at certain...
Let me ask you this. Wait. Let me ask you this. Are all the people that live in the 54 countries of Africa connected?
I would say not all of them, because Northern Africa, parts of Northern Africa have perhaps Arabic or more European blood. And then you have, even in the Bantu tribes, right? You have your Nilotic tribes like the Dinga and so forth, people from South Sudan and so. But generally, what connects most of these people, from my study is like most of the groups that are called Bantu, they have languages that come from the same ancestry, and even if you study them, I'm sure you'll find that they have cultures, norms, practices, and the likes that, even though from certain, closer studies, there might be deviations and differences, but there is something semantically the same for most of those people. So there are various groups. All of them are not exactly the same. But there are family groups there where you can see this branch is from this root, and this branch comes from that root and that seed. That's how I see it. Because if you live in Namibia and you find the original, people who lived in the territory of Namibia today, the San and the Khoi, they are much lighter in color, more like yellow people, and they are Africans and they're Namibians like us, right? But they're not Bantu. And even in their languages, you see their language and their culture, they have cliques in how they speak, right? But those cliques are also found in tribes in Tanzania that are black like us, right? So they are not, it's not to say that they are all homogeneous groups, right? There are differences in those groups, but the main thing, all of them come from the African continent, and mainly the black ones. Black color comes from Africa.
None of them are black, okay? And none of them people are together at all. They're not connected in any kind of way, the same way that Black Americans are not connected to y'all. And why can't y'all understand that?
I can't understand that not everybody in America was enslaved. It was free Black people here as well. Everybody don't have a slavery background. I suggest y'all do some research and start reading. Stop listening to what the colonizer tell you and do your own research. It definitely was free Black people here in America, and it was before the migration or them immigrants or whatever start coming over here.
Listen, as to whether there were Black people in America before whoever came, that's a question that is way out of my league, right? How they got there, or if they were originally there, that's also out of my league. I don't know that, right? The thing I can really attest to is that when I see a person and they look a certain color, most probably the ancestry will, it will go to a certain source. It's like a seed, it's in the ground, and then the tree comes out of that seed. So that's what I'm saying. If it looks a certain way, like if you look at most of these Asian communities, you see that, there are certain features that will tell you that this person is from a certain geographic area of Asia. They could be from India, which is East India, or they could be from Japan. And they look a certain way, like you can easily confuse a Japanese for a Chinese, right? But there's no way that, I would see a person in Harlem or New Orleans or, and then, that person, the way they look, and then I'll confuse that, are you from Japan? Surely, just from looking.
You won't look at them and think they from You won't look at them and think that they from Africa either, though, if you see a Black American. Because we don't look like Africans.
I would be confused, but my first bet would be that they are from Africa, and I might even try and greet them.
What kind of sense would it make for you to be in America and see a Black person and think that they're from Africa? How does that make sense to you?
If they what makes sense is that what makes sense to me is that most probably that person will look like a grandfather or somebody I have seen in my village or
we don't look like Africans, sir. What are you talking about? Black Americans don't look like Africans. Okay? You got other different African ethnic groups on the continent that don't look like certain other ethnic groups, okay?
Are you saying all black people?
Okay, does a Nigerian look like a person from Sudan?
From Sudan, like in northern Sudan, is actually they are more light colored, right?
Man, you know what he asked you, man. Just answer the question.
What are you talking about?
Let's not sing in a choir. I can keep quiet if you want to talk. It's fine.
Man, stop acting like you don't understand the question. Does a Nigerian look like a damn Sudanese person, man?
Of course, yes.
Okay. So you see now we get to the disingenuous nature of these people, man.
No, but
ridiculous.
Hold on, Dre hasn't spoke for a while. Don't cut him off.
Yeah. So what you're saying right now is him moving the goalposts and basically he's pretending like he doesn't recognize that they have different phenotypes. So basically he's saying there's no different phenotypes on the continent of Africa. Nigerian looks Sudanese. You got, the Southern Africans, as they say, Southern Africans look like the Western Africans. But hold on. He just said that the San people don't look like other people who are Bantu. Didn't he just say that just a second ago? Now all of a sudden, Black Americans look just like the goddamn, like, come on, man. Like, we're 10,000 miles away. If y'all are on the same continent and you don't look like the San people, what makes you think that it's impossible for Black Americans who are 10,000 miles away to also look different than you? You're just trying to force your way onto us, man. No means no. No means no. Hey, no means no, man.
Exactly.
Bingo. No means no. You are not colonizing us. We're not claiming you. We're claiming our own. We're separate from y'all, just like you're separate from other people on the continent. They come on these platforms and pretend like we all one and the same because it's a hustle. It's a flat out hustle. They're flat out lying. And that's why we can't trust Africans, because they're always looking to scam. Not all, but like maybe 90% of them that we hear are lying. And we don't like that. We're not going for the Jedi tricks that you guys are trying to use on us. Period. Dot.
No means no. You heard what my brother said.
Yeah, man. Trying to force yourself onto our lineage, man. Our lineage said no, man. Pull your pants up, man.
It's desperation at this point. Like y'all come out very desperate. Okay. Wait, Ryan. Let me go to Karen real quick. All right, Karen. I remember speaking to you, but where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm Black, British Caribbean, Karen.
You're not Black.
Yes.
I'm not going to argue with you. Hold on. I'm not going to argue with you about this today. You're not Black.
All right, cool.
Where you presently located?
You look Ghanaian.
Where you say you located, though?
I'm from the UK. United Kingdom.
UK. All right. What's your thoughts on the problem, man?
You look Ghanaian.
Okay, cool.
You know how you said you don't look African? You do.
Okay,
you look Ghanaian. You look Nigerian.
Okay.
You look very similar.
Okay, cool.
Stop.
What's your thoughts on the problem?
Yeah, we can be connected, man. Once you let this ideology go, bro. When you embrace love, don't see your brothers and sisters from around the world as competition.
I'm not talking about love.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not talking about love or competition. I'm talking about we are not connected to you people in any way.
Man. See, yeah, that's the white man's poison.
My thoughts
Hold
on. My thoughts don't have anything to do with a YT person.
Yeah, that's the greatest.
I'm a Black American. I'm a Black American, and all I think is Black American thoughts. Okay.
The white man, he moves in the shadows, bro. You have to watch out.
Yeah, maybe in the shadows of your thoughts.
He'll have you turn on your brothers and sisters.
Y'all are not our brothers and sisters.
You are not our brothers and sisters, bro.
You are crazy.
Like, y'all way across the pond. I'm not understanding this. Like, when have y'all ever been united with us? Like, what have y'all ever done to help us? Like, what are y'all talking about this unity? Like, when did this come about?
Thank you. It came about since my birth. And what I've done for you, sister, since your birth,
you haven't done anything for me.
I have represented black people well. As a black person,
and that's exactly where it is. They want to be representative over a block of blackness. That's what they're inching and itching to do, is claim to have ownership over blackness because we first were known to be black. And they think if they claim to be black, they somehow can wiggle room themselves into the position of authority and leadership over us. That's why they are desperately claiming to be something that they never claimed before. They're hustlers, they're scammers, they're full of shit. The ones think that they can utilize blackness to say we're one and the same. We have an issue with y'all because you guys are lying and you're a conniver and we're not going, period. Let me see what you guys have to say real quick. Let me go back up. Thank y'all for being here. I had extra time today. I wanted to do a longer live to just, make sure you guys know that I'm still around. I appreciate it, you guys, especially the moderators, all of you. Yolanda Jenkins Wilson says Africans are Hamites. Yeah, that's what I heard. You also said African Americans are Shemites, two different groups of people. Well, I never claim African American. I've always only been Black Americans, but I understand what you're saying. African Goddess says, according to AI, some indigenous people in the Americas can have physical features that people might interpret as similar to Africans. And also people in Papua New Guinea. African Goddess says Papua New Guinea people look like Africans, but they are not. She also says there are some islands of India that have tribes on them that look African. Safe Brother says African Goddess C6D. There were melanated people all over the globe, and that what people seem to have a hard time understanding. They only think all black come from Africa. It's because they have a colonization mindset. They are intending to colonize everybody under the umbrella of black because there's no other way that they could do it, because we are jurisdiction wise under the umbrella of America. We are Americans. And so they want to get around that, claiming black to try to colonize us. And we're not going. We are the original black folks of America. We do not see ourselves the same as you. We wish you well in your endeavors to correct Africa and whatever else is going on over there. We're not going to be the reason and the rhyme for fixing it, though. And that's what you guys have to accept, that we're not interested. We're just not interested. Because you guys want us to sacrifice our lives for y'all, and we're not going. African Goddess says, Safe Brother, yes, it really interesting. And I don't know how to pronounce that name. What kind of name is that? Sorry, I don't know. You said, who cares? Okay, whatever. Carmen Clinton says Chinese, Japanese, and Vietnamese people are related by continent. The USA is completely different continent from Africa. Exactly. But they still don't claim one another. Chinese people move a certain way. Japanese move a certain way. Isn't one of those places over there trying to be colonized by China? What is it? I forgot the country that China is looking to colonize. If you guys think of it, let me know. I can't think of it right now. But yeah, there's a real to-do about China wanting to take over one of those Asian countries, and they're not wanting to be colonized by China. African Goddess says, you and I may not care, but it's a significant issue to people who feel their heritage is under threat. Exactly. And Carmen says, what year did they become black? From what I've noticed, I've been on social media since 2018. it was going on then. So I'm imagining that this was really taking effect around right after Obama, to be frank. When Obama left office, he kind of like spearheaded this notion of blackness being given over to other groups of people. Remember when he became president, prior to him becoming president, you know, we heard he had a Kenyan father and his wife was American, and we kind of embraced him based off of, you know, how the family looked, and we wanted to believe that he would have our back, and we kind of like let it slide with him claiming to be African American when he was not. Obama has always been a biracial guy, half white and half Kenyan. He doesn't have anything to do with our bloodline. He doesn't have anything to do with our history. But we still embraced him, and that was the biggest mistake we ever did. Because then after he left office is when all this talk of we all one and the same, we all black came about. So I think right in the middle of his presidency or right after, it took flight with everybody wanting to claim to be black. Around, I would say, so he was president from 2008 to 2014. So right around after that, 12 to 15, around that time, that's when all this bullshit came about, and everybody on social media went crazy and wild about claiming that we all black and we all the same. They don't do that over there in that continent, though. You said the USA is a country, not a continent. Well, I meant to say country. Sorry about that. Thank you for the correction. I really appreciate that, DD. Here we go.
Well, as a black person, I have been a positive net contribution to society. I've never left interactions with other races of which I've made us collectively look bad. That's what I've done for you. That's what I've done for everyone here.
Whatever y'all do is based upon y'all over there. That don't have shit to do with us in America.
White people from here could go over there. White people from there could come over here. So, you know what I'm saying?
We're not talking about where people can go. You can go anywhere in the world that you want to fucking go. That don't mean you represent us. And that don't mean we represent you.
Take y'all bingo cards out 5 many times he gonna say YT. He love them. They stay on his mind.
Think about white people. We don't care about them people. We don't care about them. They talk about what they think.
I represent.
We whoop their ass. What y'all do over there? But get y'all ass whooped by them.
I represent Black Power, bro. That's what I do, bro. I push that ideology. So that's what
Black Power don't have anything to do with you, man.
I wanted to respond to something I was saying.
All right, hold on, Karen. What you say? Hold on, Karen. What you say, Ryan? I couldn't hear you.
I wanted to respond to something that was said earlier about, these are the black communities trying to use up, whatever is deservedly of the African, of the foundation of black, American and so. But here's the thing that I really, really want to school all of you. You can reject it if you want, but there is a bigger culture beyond hip hop, beyond basketball, beyond all these things that
that doesn't make up our culture. We have academia and all of that. What are you talking about? That's a part of our culture. It's just one part, but we have many authors and everything. So don't try to just limit it to entertainment, sir.
And maybe you should embrace African culture.
A lot of shit.
Why don't you look at the positives of your brothers and sisters across the world?
Y'all are not our brothers and sisters. Why can't you understand that?
It will be as if my blood sister said,
Black Americans.
Hey, Kieran, I'm not your sister. Am I supposed to take that seriously? She is. So, you don't can say you're not.
You can be a person that looks desperate, trying to beg to be a people that you are not.
Hey, you can say you're a unicorn. You can say you're any.
You sound like a desperate. You sound like a desperate person, sir.
No, I'm very stable. You're my brother.
Oh, you're
my
desperate.
brother, regardless of how you.
Do y'all hear how desperate this sounds?
Regardless
It
of how
sounds like
you
he's begging. You begging us to be your brothers and sisters.
Oh, not just you.
Want to know what they ever created?
Black people
what
everywhere.
have y'all ever created or invented?
We are the empire of Wakanda.
Besides beans and toast.
The richest man to ever live was one of us.
You said
the fastest man to ever run. The fastest man to ever run was one of us.
The first who?
Us.
Explain to us
You
why
say
Mariah
Mo
Carey is black
Arbor
and we are
them.
not. Come on. Explain
Fast
to us.
man.
You're following
Hold on.
Let's
Hey,
not
They
say
represented the UK, not America.
Hold on, Rico. You can't talk
how
about other
Mariah
people.
Carey is black, but we aren't.
All right, Rico. Listen. Your mic.
Let's go.
For one, your mic is muffled, but you can't just speak over other people while they're speaking. Have some self-control,
explain to us
man.
why Mariah Carey is black and we aren't. Come on.
All right, hold on. Have some self-control. I'm gonna come back to you, Karen. Let me just.
Why
explain
are you
this
touching
to
me, bro? Come on, man. This is my second time here.
All right, well, didn't you hear people speaking though? Did you not hear other people speaking?
Bro, I spoke at first, but you cut me off.
Respectfully, close your mouth.
Don't dodge the question, bro. Come on.
Hey, Rico, I'm gonna come back to you in a second.
Don't be scared now. Explain it to us.
All right, hold on. I'm not scared, but just hold on for a second. We're gonna come back to you. All right, Ryan, what were you saying, Ryan?
I just wanted to make a small request, just a small favor.
Okay.
When we are engaging, when we are having a discourse, I think it doesn't really help when a person hasn't made a complete point and then we already, prejudge the point and we start talking at the same time.
I heard what you were trying. I heard what you were trying to do, so that's why I muted you, because I saw what you were trying to do. Okay. I saw 2 steps ahead of where you were trying to go with it. So that's why I just cut it off and let you know that it's more than just entertainment when it comes to our culture.
I know that's not where I was going.
Okay, no, that's exactly where you were going. Because you spoke about basketball and hip hop and all that other stuff. But I know that if I ask you, what is your culture? You don't have a culture. You have a culture of nothingness.
I have that's exactly the point I was trying to. If you allowed me to finish the point, you would.
I know that's what you thought you were going to do, but no. But when it comes to what kind of culture you have nothing that's notable. Hold on, man. Oh, wait. Explain. Tell us what your culture is, sir. What is your culture?
Okay. My original culture is a culture that is built around pastoralism. That concept means that we build a whole lifestyle around the ownership of our cattle. So we are a cattle farming community. We have rituals that are tied to the ownership of cattle. We have rituals that pertain to how we conduct marriages, how we keep our livestock. It's a vast culture. It includes dance.
You said a ritual. You didn't speak of culture. You spoke of a ritual.
Yeah, that is
no. Okay. You don't have any notable. You don't have any notable culture at all.
No, I didn't say it's notable. It doesn't need to be. I'm not saying it's notable.
Okay, so even if we want to just speak about our entertainment culture, it's worldwide. It's global. It's people somewhere on that whole continent dressing like Black Americans right now, trying to walk like us and talk like us.
That's not true.
That is actually true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Africans with some FBA clothing on. Like, why the hell is y'all over there talking about FBA? Y'all got FBA on your clothes and shit. Like, now this is getting out of hand.
Clothes?
Yes.
I throw my clothes away. I don't donate it anymore.
Yes. Straight FBA attire. Are you serious?
Stop.
This shit is getting out of hand. We sick of y'all.
This is. Do you know what this is? Honestly, right?
Wait, hold on.
It is the white man, But they fed you some kind of delusion, bro.
Hold on, man. We'll come back to you. I did tell Rico I was going to give him my opportunity to speak. So go ahead, Rico. What do you have to say?
Bro, explain to us.
I'm not your bro. First and foremost, I'm not your bro.
Why are you talking the conversation, bro?
I'm not your bro.
I asked this question many times. Explain to us why Mariah Carey is black and we are not. Explain to us, please.
You said what?
Why is Mariah Carey black and we are not? Explain to us.
Mariah Carey is bi-ethnic, I believe, right?
But she's partly black, right?
Mariah Carey is biracial.
I know she's biracial, but she's
biracial. She's not black, she's biracial.
Nobody calls her black.
Yeah,
the thing is, Mariah Carey don't disrespect the culture either.
Yeah.
She embraced it.
Yeah, she's biracial. Everybody knows it. What are you talking about?
I know she's biracial, but she's black in it, right?
Vanessa Williams is black.
Okay, well, she's biracial. She's not black, you fucking idiot.
What are you talking about, man?
Okay, she's biracial. That means that she is half and half. That means that she's not 100% of either. Okay?
She's more black than me, right?
She is black and white, biracial.
But she's more black than me, right?
You're not black at all.
Yeah, no.
That's what I'm saying. So she's more black than me, right?
Yes. Okay, so, yes.
You're not black.
We claim Mariah Carey.
I mean, one of her parents is FBA, so technically, yes, she's more black than you.
What makes her FBA black, though? Explain to me.
What do you mean? Foundation of Black America.
That's kind of simple, right? What makes the FBA black?
Black is American construction, right?
We gotta say the same thing.
It's a European construct, not American.
No.
American. Let me ask you, hey, Rico, how many of these me? Break it up. Oh, hold on. Let me see. We claim. All right, I'm back now. Hold on. Wait a minute, Karen. Hey, Rico, how many of these conversations how many of these conversations have you listened to?
Explain us.
Wait a minute. All right, wait a minute, man. How many of
what are you talking about, man?
Listen, how many of these conversations have you listened in on and participated in, Rico?
Explain to us why people from the Caribbean are not black, bro.
Did you hear my question?
Why a Ghanaian is not Nigerian?
Did you hear my question?
Can you explain to us why a Ghanaian is not Nigerian?
Yes, I can explain it because they're two different nationalities.
Okay, they're two different.
But being black is not a nationality,
they're
right?
two different ethnic groups.
Yeah, but being black is not an ethnicity, though.
You have the same yellow eyes, but you got still different ethnic groups. You may eat some of the same foods, but you still have different ethnic groups.
Okay, wait. Can I ask you something? Because you said it's an American thing, right? So somebody who's white from America, could somebody that's white from America say that somebody from Europa isn't white?
Yes, correct. They can. They came from Ellis Island. They are not white.
What the hell?
The only people
so
that
you are
can
telling
claim
me
that,
the people from Europe are
the only
white?
people who can claim white tea are the people who've been here longer and descend from the Mayflower. They're not a wasp. They are not white tea.
Okay, so
ask an Italian, is he white? He'll straight up tell you, I am not white.
Okay, so Trump isn't white.
Correct.
Italians are white.
Ooh.
He's a good ally.
What?
So Trump isn't white according to you?
Oh, he's German.
What? Yeah, that's his nationality, but race-wise.
No, German, you fucking idiot.
He's German.
Well, what are you talking about? German is nationality, bro. There's a difference between nationality, race,
nationality means where I live at. Ethnicity means where I derive from.
Who taught you that, bro?
He is homogeneously German. That's what he is. He is German. German. Say that again.
Bro, who taught you that?
German.
Why do Africans like to bring up white folks, white people when we're talking about our identity? We do not need validation from white folks about what we want to claim we are. Africans want to bring them up because they want to be like, they label that so we can use that name too. No, we tell you what is black in America. You that have come from other places are not the same as us. You have your own identity before you got here. you should not be able to use our identity as well. That's the issue. You guys believe that y'all should be able to double dip in and out of our identity, which give you guys advantagement over us, which I did write Trump and talked about. Hopefully he got the letter. I'm not sure if he did or didn't, but it's not fair that you guys have your own identity when you come over here to America, and now you're trying to use our identity as well. That's erasure. We don't want to be erased. That's why we're losing our patience with y'all, because of how you guys are moving and how you guys are trying to like just vampire, suck the life out of us. We don't need that.
Someone better than you, because you're still trying to stutter on what race and nationality and ethnicity is. You're still confused. You're still trying to call us bro when we're not related. You are no kin to me, sir. You are no kin to me. You are no kin to me. You're of no kin. So you stop calling me bro.
I don't know why people reporting it live. Like I don't understand it. Y'all that upset that we say we're not the fucking same as y'all? Is that fucking serious?
Yeah, you're compromised, bro. The white man's taking your soul.
Man, shut your fucking beans and toast eating ass up. That ain't fucking beans and toast.
Dude, you might as well play that song.
Not even joking, bro.
Fucking
if someone told me the white man took my soul, I would be concerned.
Get the
take
fuck
it seriously.
up, you beans and toast eating
bastard. I was like, oh, how? Please tell me.
Fighting for him right now, because right now when we're standing up and delineating and saying who we are and practicing who we are, you're trying to give fodder for them and block by trying to flatten us and make us all one. No, we can't do that. We all don't need the same thing. We all don't won't thrive off the same thing. We are individuals just like everybody else. If
why don't
you, no. If your people are, is suffering off of a famine and another people is suffering off of a drought, you don't give one thing that fits all. You don't. You got to be able to meet people where their needs are, and so stop doing that.
So I'm just trying to understand, right?
Why you've been running your mouth this whole time.
Why have the repulsion? Why have this hostility to the unity of our brotherhood?
That's natural.
I'm trying to understand.
That's what I want to know.
Let me ask you a question. Karen, what type of vehicle you have?
I got Ford Transit.
You got a Ford Transit? What type of fuel does it take?
Diesel.
Diesel? All right, put gas in there. Just put regular gas. Wait, 87 octane. Put that in there now, and it'll be okay.
That'll damage the engine, sir.
Why is that? Why is your engine being so? Why is your engine being xenophobic?
That's just how it's made.
No, man, that's wrong.
Personal choice.
Fuel is fuel, right? Fuel is fuel. It's supposed to just run the car, right?
I'm not a chemist. You know, I don't know the full details of the combustion engine, but
that's a good. It sounds like you being xenophobic. Why don't you want to unite with that? Everybody else has a car and uses it. Why not?
But that's a good argument, because the question now is, if you put, let's talk about these fuel types and the difference in vehicles and so forth. So is that supposed to mean that
it's like a different view?
It's okay. Look, if your car
listen. Africans got a history of selling other Africans. Why?
There's a history of the You really think regular people sold people? You are smarter than them.
I just want to please the white man. The white man feed me. The white man teach me.
That's what they do for y'all, yeah.
Is this projection?
The white man need me.
That's when the AI is difficult.
Who's playing that?
I'm playing.
The white man. I will shed blood.
This is what the white man does to your brain.
That's what he does to your brain. I'm telling you, this panel is.
If you notice, y'all are the only people that bring up YT people in these conversations.
Yeah, because you're compromised by that.
Hold on. You know how many times
we know our history and we know what's up.
You know how many times you said YT?
Hold
Can
on.
you not imagine
Karen,
people who don't...
Karen, you know how many times you brought up YT since you've been on the panel?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to understand. You people can't understand how certain black people...
There you go. White
You're not black. You can't understand.
Oh,
just
you're
not black.
Individuals who share your identity and your belief.
You don't understand. Just how you said you wouldn't put a different type of fuel type in your vehicle.
I didn't say any of this. You
brought understand that it would destroy your engine.
I'm saying, can you not understand the group?
Black ass nigga, I'm from this bitch. Cool ass niggas on the African stick.
How other people might think.
Losing my history. With all this dumb ass African shit. I'm not an African bitch. Them cool ass niggas on the African dick.
Kind of look on your phone is crazy. I'm telling you. The amount of effort you put into this.
I mean, it's gotten so bad we gotta make songs to let y'all know how we feel. This is bitch ass nigga. Oh, y'all have pushed us so far where we're making up songs about not claiming to be African to hopefully hone in on the point that we're trying to share with y'all. Listen to this song.
This TikTok, bro. You usually have to use it like this on your laptop. What the hell?
If they see what we become today, but dancing is stealing now. Are they stealing some I didn't play?
TikTok got y'all making mad, man.
People being erased. Actually build this USA. Fuck what anybody gotta say.
Proud Black American.
I don't know what y'all been told, but we on a different road. Cool ass niggas be acting like hoes. Shucking and jiving, caping for the foes. Tender ass bitches keep it thinking we jokes. Keep crossing the line, stepping on toes. Undermining, they have me slow. We stepping on shit and letting them know. I'm from this bitch. The cool ass niggas on the African stick. Bitch ass niggas keep the youth now history with all this dumb ass African shit.
Hey, that's my shit right there.
Y'all really lost, bro. Y'all listening to this kind of shit, bro. Come on, man.
All right, hold on. But anybody that the song is called Proud Black American, and you can find it on the Black American Enforcers TikTok.
Nobody will listen.
If you want to hear it again.
For you.
What? You said what?
Nobody will hear it.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. What you gonna say?
Let's go back to that analogy that was earlier said, like difference between cars, right? So is that supposed to mean that there is food, because we are talking about fuel like diesel and whatever? So is that supposed to mean that there is fuel that goes into an African American that doesn't go into, like, that will destroy an African if it goes in there? Or what was, I mean, what were we trying to convey?
Everything has a different need. Just because it's a vehicle doesn't mean that it's one size fit all. Everything has its specific needs. And even if you was to mess up, you can't take your Ford to a specialty, a different make dealership. You won't take your Ford to a Mercedes dealership. You're going to take it to the Ford dealership. They won't have your parts there. They could try, but they ain't gonna do that. They don't have time. So that's what I'm saying. You guys don't understand what delineation is, but you delineate every single day subconsciously or consciously.
Yeah,
you
black
don't
people
go
in
ahead.
different
You
places.
don't go outside the door without putting on certain clothes. You don't put your socks on your head. You don't put your drawers on your feet. You don't do none of that. You actually put on clothes like you should, and you delineate things like you're supposed to. You don't go ahead and put your bleach in your colors because you know it's not that. And then for that, that's called a washing machine. If you don't know what that is, then go ahead and Google it, YouTube it. But anyway, you guys are being obtuse for a reason, on purpose, because you know that you're not supposed to do certain things, but you're still trying to undermine us and gaslight us into thinking that what we're doing is our outright rebuke, which is rightfully so, it is asinine and it goes against y'all. No, it goes against you because it doesn't benefit you anymore. You right now are the disease trying to convince the body that medicine isn't worth it. Why should I take medicine? It's for me, not you. Of course, what's good for me may not be good for you. Naturally, you're a pest. And that's all. You thrive better and derive better in your own nature, in your own habitat. Stop trying to come into mine. You're becoming invasive. That's what you're doing. And this is why it feels like it's hard and it's a rebuke, because we're not from the same soil. Yours is acidic. Mine is nutritious. Mine is bountiful. Yours isn't. But you can make it that.
I like the confidence.
You just got to do the work. You got to pull yourself up by your mud hut and do better. Point blank.
Not the mud hut. Damn.
That's how the white people in Europe talk.
And you can't keep white people penis out your mouth.
Yeah, I live in Europe, and y'all sound like them for real.
You know, in Ireland, they got
y'all sound exactly like the Dutch people.
They got mud homes in Ireland too. Those are actually nice.
You can hear the white man in their voice. You can hear the white man.
Y'all complaining about a lot of things, immigrants and things like that. In Europe, only the white people complain about that things.
Subterranean homes that are underground, that are made out of natural earth and mud and other type of materials. They actually have like a thatch and moss type of roof, but that is state of the art. It is actually nice. You guys could be trying to innovate that and try to do better, since some of you guys are in sub-Saharan areas where the temperatures get so fucking hot. But no, you'd rather go ahead and get leftovers, monthly Red Cross rights, and wear bubble jackets to emulate Black Americans in 140-degree weather. But it is what it is. While your water depletes because you guys don't actually do the proper herding and irrigation to keep and maintain your water. So it is what it is. But you guys are doctors, engineers. You guys are successful in every other country but your own. The only thing you're successful is running. And that's getting tired, because you're going to have to face yourself. Your shadow is your shadow. The shit smell that's on you is on you. No matter where you go, that shit is on you. And you have to clean yourself and handle it. If not, when you run somewhere else, you're still going to
Y'all sure this band is not a white American?
You sound very...
What the hell? What is he talking about, man?
We don't want to be associated with people that sold other people.
How you
Our
mean?
culture
Who are you
never
talking
did
about?
that. We don't want to be associated with y'all.
Are you talking about the regular people of Africa?
You know what's crazy though? You got this
That they sold people?
motherfucker that sound like Harry Potter telling us that we sound like YT people.
Hey, you said mud huts. You speak perfectly. I've heard a lot of white people say mud huts. I didn't make him say it. He said it.
White people do say
don't say what white people
He
say.
said it because of what he observed.
That's what you have. That's what you
Yeah, that's what the white man says, bro. So you go over and agree with it. You go agree with it, Jay.
And what's really odd is a lot of Africans don't want to give us credit for having our own thoughts. It's really odd. They act like we get a hold of white folks and we go into a conference room and we get like all this information from white people to believe in. No, we can think for ourselves. We have independent minds. We have our own thoughts. Y'all need to stop assuming that everything that we think comes from white people. It actually comes from Black Americans, from what we observe, from what we understand, from what we see, and what you guys say or don't say. We gauge what we see and what you say and don't say, and we get our own opinion or thoughts about it. Has nothing to do with white people. I have not talked to a white person ever about what I feel about Africans or them trying to colonize us or trying to make us into Africans. And none of this conversation is being had with white folks. We think these thoughts ourselves. And you guys are treating us as if we're slaves and that we're still under the dominion of white people personally. No, the government is the government. They do what they do. We think what we think and we do what we do accordingly to how we see things. Speaking of which, let me see. There was another video I wanted to showcase because a lot of things are changing. And I know a lot of desperation is coming from a lot of immigrants, especially Africans, about these deportations and all the different rules that Trump is coming up with. It's going to get worse before it gets better. I mean, think about it. The birthright citizenship is going to be decided sometime in June or July. And if it is ruled that you guys can now no longer get the citizenship, there's a lot of y'all going to be losing your citizenship status because of how you guys came over here to acquire the citizenship. And you guys are wanting us to side with y'all, but you guys didn't come over here right. We're not going to side with y'all. We're not going to be sympathetic to y'all, especially how you guys get on these platforms and degrade us and bash us. We're not going to care. That's where we're at. And y'all can't seem to gather what we're saying to y'all. We're basically indifferent to you guys' plight. We're not going to have no type of emotion about what is done with y'all, whether you be deported or not. We are not going to care one way or the other. It's not our problem. We didn't cause it. You guys caused it on your own. You guys decided to go through the loopholes to scam the system. And now all that stuff is coming out in the open, and you want us to be mad alongside of y'all. We're not going to be mad because it's not our plight. And more of y'all leaving is going to be a benefit to us. We were being overly populated by y'all in our own communities. So we're not going to be concerned about you guys being told to leave. There was another, let me see if there's an article or something I had. Hold on. Please hit the like button, by the way, if you guys could. This is a real Black American speaking the truth. There is no xenophobic. There is no hate to be had. But we definitely do not want what's going on to continue with Africans and immigrants, assuming that they should have a say in how we define ourselves and how we speak and how we think. We have our own thoughts. We've earned our rights here in America, and we're not giving it up for you guys. Think of this. Trump administration plans to triple migrants who don't deport with fines. That's right. For those that decided to stay despite him deporting, if he catches y'all, he's intending to triple the fines. So listen to this real quick. You've been put on notice. If you are illegally here, it'd be best that you just leave and tap out.
The Trump administration is proposing to triple the fine for migrants who fail to leave the U.S. after receiving a notification telling them to do so. The Department of Homeland Security claims the money will go towards paying back the costs associated with deportation. CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor is your reporter in Southwest Miami-Dade, where he spoke with the man who says he should be an exception.
According to DHS, tens of thousands would be affected. Now, this proposal is for immigrants who did not show up to a hearing, and as a result, they received a deportation letter and did not leave. We met someone who meets the criteria.
I'm shocked. I can't believe it. This thing is, they make me get scared every day.
This man, a Latin American immigrant, says he does not want to disclose his identity for fear of retaliation. He says he fears what the Department of Homeland Security says on this document. DHS is proposing to increase the fee from $5,130 to $18,000. This rule also makes clear that DHS will adjust this fee for inflation each year.
In my case, I don't have this money.
He fits the description of order to remove in absentia.
In absentia means that they didn't assist to that court, and that's why they got deported.
Morela Aguado is the attorney who represents him. He alleges he had a hearing in court but did not go and was punished.
His prior attorney, where he got the order of removal, received the letter, didn't inform my client, and it's our obligation as attorneys. Once you're the attorney of the case, they notify us, and we are legally obligated to notify the client.
How would this $18,000 fee would work then?
So we haven't had specific directions yet because it's new, but the reason why it's such a high amount, it's so that people decide to leave voluntarily. That's the whole goal, right?
Aguado says those who choose to leave, they do it to avoid being arrested and detained. Do you have a criminal record?
No.
In my client's case, I do have a way of reopening the case.
The goal is to make sure that people will self-deport.
I don't do that because I have my son here. I have my family here.
We contacted DHS for.
I mean, the entitlement is it's just outrageous. You know, we can't go to nobody else's country and pull this game, this scam, but everybody wants our sympathy with them breaking our laws. And we're not doing that. We're not in agreement to people being here illegally because it overly saturates our population in the Black community with crime, with people, them taking resources from American citizens and whatnot. We're not on the side of these people. There's nothing that you can say to make us feel sympathetic. And that's why a lot of this stuff is going on social media, targeting us to give a damn about Africans or immigrants, so-called Blackness. That stuff doesn't work. That stuff doesn't apply. Y'all are not the same Black as Black Americans. And you guys cannot trick us, use Jedi tricks to manipulate us as much as you would like to have happen. We're just not going to fall for that. So let me see what you guys have to say before I continue. It's about to get really good in a little bit. There's a guy that's about to hop on that's going to give the best read to Africans I have ever heard. Very intelligent, very concise in what he said. I have a hard time speaking because you know, people just take it offensively because of my tone. I can't help my tone. I wasn't reared with a mother and father, so I have a very blunt type of tone. And it's not cuddling, it's not coddling to people. I don't come off as being very feminine because I don't have that attribute. I can't help it. It is what it is, but I do speak the truth. And even still, people assume I'm a xenophobic. I've been called that many of times, and I'm not. I just am disliking the behavior and the entitlement of a lot of immigrants, especially Africans, that want to tell us what we're supposed to do or how we're supposed to perceive ourselves. I have a very bad feeling about that. It's very offensive to me. So we have DD Sarah Sun 879 says that's pure stupidity. Obama and his wife came together by happenstance. The point is, DD, is Obama is not us. He never was us. And if we had the mentality that we have right now, we probably wouldn't have voted him into office. We probably would have thought a little bit clearer. But because we've seen a perfect picture of him with Michelle and his kids and himself acting the part of being a Black American, we gave him a pass. And now look at us. We weren't helped, not one iota, by President Obama. He did everything else for everybody else but us. He helped out Africa. He helped out gay people, even gave them the permission to marry. He didn't do anything for the Black community except for Obama phones. So, you know, we learn our lesson. We're not going to ever allow ourselves to be used up like that again. Let me go back up some more. Okay, you and I may not care, but it's a significant issue to people who feel their heritage is under a threat. And we do. We can feel people trying to erase us. We can feel people trying to hijack our history and try to make us null and void it. You know, we don't like that at all. Carmen says, what year? Oh, I read that before. People are Black, you don't become Black. DD, what do you mean by, if you think of Black History Month, you're not going to go to Africans' history. You're going to go to Black Americans' history. We were the people known to being Black first and popularized the term Black, not Africans, because Africans are divided with their tribes, with their clans, and with their landmass, where they came from. They never came out first calling themselves Black. All of a sudden, everybody want to be Black. It's crazy. African Goddess says, don't you think that an increase in the number of migrants has something to do with the changing dynamics? Yeah, to the point where people are trying to brainwash us, trying to make us over against our will. If they weren't, I mean, the confusion about our identity didn't stem from us. It actually stemmed from the immigrants that came over, because there was no issue back in 1980. I was just a Black American. That's it. That's all. Jesse Jackson confused people by targeting us and tagging to us, calling us African American. And ever since then, everybody feels this need to label us African now. And I have always avoided African American. Now, from now on, moving forward, I'm going to only be referred to as Indigenous American Black, because that's what I called myself, and that's what I'll be. Carmen says, BH Obama carefully selected his American wife after dating white women. He's a calculating politician, full stop. He also dated, allegedly, men. And I mean, for him to go hard in the paint for gay rights, by the way, I have been gay before. I'm not against gay people, except transgender people that are tricking people into believing that they're women and they're not. But the point is that he has brought into his administration the gay rights, and he put that over the Black community. So he didn't do nothing for us. And let me see. African Goddess says, what goes on in the UK has little or nothing to do with the UK. Different history. I guess you meant to say US. Yeah, it definitely has nothing to do. I do not know enough about the British Black folks or any other melanated folks. I don't know enough about them because I've never been interested in learning about them. I live my life. I worry about my own and my own people. We have a plight here. We're fighting to exist, and we're fighting to survive. And we're not going to place other people's plight over ours. It is what it is. But many of these Pan-Africans and Africans are expecting us to place them over us, and that's a no-no. You said, how is basketball culture? Well, we popularized basketball. Everybody has a culture. We definitely do. I mean, having the usage of light, of toilets in general. A lot of places in Africa don't have access to that. It's a part of our culture. We have access to movies and, videos and music, genres that we created. We have a lot of things that we do on a daily that is a part of our culture, that's intermingled with white culture. That's our culture of America. And people really hate the fact that we're living the better life, because in their mind, they feel like we should be underneath them because we used to be enslaved. But God had a better plan for us, and he blessed us. That's what it is. And people are mad that we are God's people. We are truly God's people. I just wish that our people would wake up and understand that God has his hand on us. The world is watching us with every little thing that we do, because ultimately we have God's force behind us. You said, yes, everyone has culture. This man is a moron saying that basketball is culture. It is part of the culture, Dee Dee. We popularized basketball. You wouldn't have heard about it as good as you have been hearing over the last 20, 30 years if it wasn't for Black Americans making it really a sport and making it a hobby for people to watch. It's a hobby for people to go to, the NBA playoffs and the final, whatever you call it at the end. I haven't been watching basketball for a number of years, but anyways, it became popularized by us. You said there are rituals that are culture. This man is saying some juvenile nonsense. A lot of that stuff, DD, in all honesty, those rituals should be put to rest because they're not of God, though. Did you want to recognize that part? You said, I am an American and I think the FBA is the dumbest, most ridiculous term people call themselves today. Well, that's your opinion. We want to be set apart from other immigrants that have gravitated and come over here to America, and they're hijacking our name and they're using our name and calling themselves African American and Black American. Is that right? No, we are not them. Therefore, we're setting ourselves apart from others that are claiming our name. I personally call us Indigenous American Black or Indigenous Black Americans. But those that want to call themselves Foundational Black American, it's up to them. It's good. You know, we are the foundation of America. We helped build America. We were the first Americans before immigration came. So we have a right to claim what we're claiming. I don't know who you are, where you're from. Let me know in the chat room where you're from and who are you. Why would someone celebrate the foundation of Black people in the United States? The foundation is enslavement of our African ancestors. Anyways, a lot of us were already here, DD. Go get a book. Go do some research. We were here already. We were reclassified into being Negro, colored, mulatto. I couldn't think of the word. Mulatto, colored, Negro, Black, freedmen. Our name was taken from us. We weren't all from Africa. There was only 388,000 so-called Africans came from the continent. The vast majority of people that were enslaved were already here. That is the biggest secret that nobody wants us to know. But we were already here. And this is why a lot of us are fighting against this notion that we're from Africa. Okay, we may have an ancestor that came from there, but we definitely have plenty that were already here. And we're claiming the ones that were already here. We're not claiming some phantom African centuries ago. We're just not doing that. Black means different things in different countries, African Goddess says. Yes, that's right. Carmen says, I am certain that this page isn't on for viewers to insult contributors. I text a comment about information that Mr. Obama said. I didn't delete it, Carmen. Sometimes YouTube will not allow certain comments to show. That's not on me. I'm not deleting any of your comments, though. I'm sorry if your comments are being deleted, but that's what they do sometimes. Black is not an American term exclusively, but it started from us, DD. People in Europe, South America, the Caribbean with African ancestry call themselves Black, and people look at them as Black people. But when you think of Black history, DD, you're not going to go talk about Caribbean people. You're not going to go talk about African people. You're going to talk about Black Americans. We popularized Black. I didn't even know people in Europe called themselves Black. Never heard of it until now. You guys shed light to that now. Didn't even know. Didn't even care. Forgive me for saying stupid, but Obama and his wife came together by happenstance. I mean, they came together, but I believe that there was a lot more to Obama than meets the eye. He was reared up kind of weird, and we really don't know his background, like specifically. I think a lot of people said that he was actually born in Indonesia. I believe that Trump brought that out, that he wasn't even born in Hawaii. Perhaps, more to him than meets the eye, but he definitely was a Trojan horse to disarm a lot of Black Americans and assuming that he was one of us even when he wasn't. And this is why after him, a lot of people started claiming being Black and claiming that we're all one and the same behind his presidency. And we all woke up around 2019, 2020 to recognize the scam and the gimmick that Pan-Africans and Africans are using against us to try to colonize us. And we don't want to be colonized. And y'all can't be mad that we don't want to be colonized under y'all, period. Australian Aboriginal people are called black. Are they? I didn't even know that. Dee says, yes, they are sometimes called black. African, Sub-Saharan, Bantu descendants are globally called black. They don't lead with that, though, Dee. The people that come from other places with African Sub-Saharan ancestry are globally called black. We Americans don't have autonomy over that term. Yes, we do over here in America. Sorry. Listen to the nonsense, bro, is simply a word in English. Listen to this man ridiculing horrible circumstances like famine and drought. What kind of weakness is that? The point is, if there is a drought happening over there, I believe there's something like that happening right now. Let me look. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. There is a video, I think Sudan is having some really serious issues over there right now. But if you want to specifically talk about Sudan, you're not going to say black. You're going to say Sudanese. You know, you're not going to lead with that because you want them to get recognized as having an issue. That's our point. Y'all don't lead with black to talk about what's going on over there in Africa. You lead with the country that you're from and the tribe that you're from. So it's being very disingenuous to assume that you can use black. But if you want to talk about Sudanese, you're not going to say black. You're going to say Sudanese to make sure that the person that you're trying to get recognized will actually get recognized. Well, hold on. Let me find this quick video because Sudan is definitely having a lot of issues. I don't know if I saved it in my phone though. Hold on. I should have saved that. By the way, while I look for this, if y'all could, please hit the like button. I know I have a lot more haters than likes because people don't like us telling our truth. They don't like it, which is really odd to me because, you know, everybody else gets a chance to be themselves. Why can't we be ourselves? What's wrong with that? Nobody has a burden that people are trying to place on Black Americans. We don't want to be everybody's kickbag. Hold on. There's something about Sudan going on. Sudan. I'm going to put down Sudan news. Damn, I can't believe I don't have that right now. Okay. They said death in Darfur, 3 days of horror caught on camera. Reuters visual investigation. I think that's the video I tried to show earlier. Hold on, let me play this. But again, when you're talking about Africans, you're not leading with black. Why aren't you leading with black? Because you don't claim black first. All those people just got shot in a row in Darfur, Sudan. Again, if you want to talk about who it happened to, you're not going to say black people there in Sudan. You're going to say the Sudanese people were brutally unalived or murdered caught on tape. Listen to this.
This man is known as Abu Lulu. His full name is Al-Fatah Abdullah Idris. Identified in many similarly brutal videos, he has become the face of the horror that unfolded in the city of Al-Fashir in Sudan, where the Sudanese Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, violently took control on the 25th to the 27th of October, 2025.
Thousands of people were killed in a matter of days, and tens of thousands fled in terror.
This investigation by Reuters and researchers from Sudan Witness at the Center for Information Resilience brings the most complete visual reconstruction to date of those 3 days of terror. We analyzed hundreds of videos posted online. We found fighters openly filming themselves while committing acts the UN declared war crimes and crimes against humanity. And we tracked down survivors, family and friends of the victims in those videos. We show how the stage for this massacre was set over a period of 18 months, and we identify the most senior commanders on the ground in Al-Fashir, those who witnessed or took part in what the UN declared atrocities and hallmarks of genocide. The scale at which RSF fighters documented their mass killings in Al-Fashir is unprecedented. In many videos, they are seen shooting unarmed men and women. They are not hiding their faces. They are not hiding their names. And they are not hiding.
Now, the people that they're showing, are they going to lead with black, or are they going to lead with their tribe or where they're at in Sudan? You're not describing them as being black. You're not describing the victims as being black. They're Sudanese people of Africa. This notion that you guys want to suddenly claim black when you don't call yourself black, nor are you known as being black, it's ridiculous. This is a story about what's going on in Darfur, Sudan. These are terrorist people that are attacking the Sudanese people at will, taking over and just genociding the people. Not one time have you heard black yet, because they're not black.
Their crimes. They narrated their videos, filming openly what they wanted the world to see. Calling their victims slaves is an insult used against non-Arab tribes in Sudan.
And there it is. A lot of Africans, when they get upset with Black Americans, the first go-to is we're slave babies. They know we're not them. They just want to capture us and have us embroiled in their shit, which we are saying, hell no. We don't want to be bothered. We can't trust 95% of y'all. Y'all will sell us out in a heartbeat. We can't trust y'all. But y'all want us to hold on to the notion that y'all black like us so that we can just let down our guards and feel like you guys are one and the same. I don't look at this guy as nothing to be the same like me. I don't want him near me. I don't want none of this.
And many survivors had to find out about their loved one's death through those same videos.
بالواتساب شفنا فيديو بتاعه والقتلوا يا هو اللي جينا قاعد والله دارهم اقسم بالله اقسم بالله دارهم الله اكبر الله يدوم هذا هو اخي بخيت مرسال تيراب تم قتله بواسطه جنجويد في احداث الاخيره بتاعت سقوط الفاشر. اخر حاجه هنا بس جابوا لنا الفيديو.
You guys get my drift. I don't have to go on and on. That's my point. Many of y'all would never ever see yourselves as being black until it is useful to you to use, a benefit to y'all. Then you are able to dip in and out of our identity, which we're not happy about because you're double dipping. We can't do that. We can't utilize your identity for a benefit and then go back to our own identity. That's ridiculous. So this is the video I was talking about. Encircled, starved, and killed. The Siege of Sudan's El Fasher Fault Lines documentary. Maybe I'll come back on another video and talk about it. But the point is, they never use the name black. Why? Because it would not be describing who they are. They made sure to say Sudanese, Sudan. Okay? Because that's who they really are. So why y'all fighting us over the word black? Again, there is an agenda behind it. Y'all want to have dominion and authority over us. And we're telling you, we don't care to have anything to do with you. Get y'all shit in order over there in Africa. Worry about the migrants fleeing all over the place. Worry about your neighboring countries that you guys have some issues with them over there, wherever you guys are over there. Deal with the terrorists, Boko Harams, all these other terrorist groups. Leave Black Americans alone. We're not bothering you until you come to our space and get in our face talking crazy. That's the only time we go berserk on y'all asses, because you showed up and you're showing out, and we're tired of that, and we're shutting y'all down.
Well, he said it because of what he observed.
That's what you have. That's what you
Yeah, that's what the white man says, bro. So
Okay,
you go over
that's
and
what
agree
the
with
white
it.
man said.
You go
If I
agree
was
with
to
it,
do
Jay.
Google Earth, you
You
would
think
see
you're a
mud huts
good
and
boy.
shanty towns. You
You'll
would
say,
not
you'll
see
say
any
Jay's one of the
state-of-the-art.
good ones.
You would not
He's
see
not like them
utilities.
savages.
You would not see irrigation and plumbing. And you would
Yeah,
not see
Jay,
a grid.
yeah.
You won't
Yeah,
see any of that. You see, you would
Let's
see
talk about
children
America before white America.
you
You're
would
more
see children
civilized.
working in
You're the
Lake Costa.
superior
You would
ones.
see you would see feces floating in Makoko.
Yeah,
You
we're
would not
all
see
terrible.
anything. That's just
If
that.
white America left, USA would be shit.
No.
What are y'all talking about?
Hot smoking hot, bro.
Our shit was built before they even came here, and then we still built
Show us
more.
evidence of it.
So
being
what is
built
y'all
before the
talking
white people
about?
came.
What have y'all invented? What have y'all?
Why are you lying?
What are you talking about?
Y'all
That's not lying. That's documented.
Just
Don't be mad because y'all ain't got no inventions or no
showing. America was
Rico, how many undeveloped countries?
Be real, come on.
Hold on, Rico. How many undeveloped countries?
America wasn't shit, bro, before the white
Hold on, wait. How many
What are you talking about?
It was
y'all still ain't shit over there.
Y'all still
all these people
y'all still riding on the mountain.
Y'all beginning to act primitive.
Mountains are just stones and sand.
All right, let me put you down. Jesus Christ.
That's called low self-esteem, and what he's doing is trying to project that on us because he knows that he comes from a failing country, a fourth world country at that, and is going down and decreasing. He knows that his place is in chaos and anarchy, and that's why he doesn't want to come back. He will spend his energy fighting us than actually making his country better. I want him to do better. They got all the resources underneath their feet, but they don't have the computing power or processing mind power to actually make it better. They slow. They're sitting on their hands.
But then turn away.
I think they did better.
He thinks that our greatness he thinks that our greatness and where we are in the country is due to the agency of white tea people. But yeah,
Now this guy right here is about to let loose. He about to read Africans like I ain't never heard. Listen, I don't know if it's this part, but it's coming up.
At the same time, they'll try to use us, call us slaves as a derogatory word, not realizing that chattel slavery was because these white people were so lazy and so barbaric and so primitive that they didn't know anything but brute force, that they got other people to do the shit for them because these people were already doing what they're doing. We weren't just farmers. We were carpenters. We were masons. We built. We did everything. This is why we have over 50,000 patents. This is who we are. That's just in our DNA, and it still thrives to today. This is why you guys don't like that, because when you put our kids and you just put us next to neck and neck with each other, you can't look good without trying to put us down and smile in front of the white tea people's face. And this is why it hurts. It's why white tea people feel comfortable around you guys versus how they don't feel comfortable around us, because they see the greatness in us. We are the kid that got bullied, that did everybody's homework and got everybody a passing grade and got everybody to graduate. So when I see that person that says they were degreed and they see the person that got them their degree, they are in shame because they know they did not earn it. They know that they are nothing without us. And this, when they see you, that's why they feel comfortable, because you don't know anything. You think that they put their white tea hands on it and everything was magic because white tea people give you rice, so they must be the kingdom or gods of civilization for you guys. And that's why you smile with your eyes when you see them, and it makes them feel comfortable. That's the only reason why you're in here. But you're trying to project white tea adjacency with me into my people, but yet we're trying to be on our own. That's all we're doing. And you're getting mad on fighting on delineation. We don't have any white tea people on this topic because we fighting y'all. We don't need to continue to go back on them because we already delineated. They know who we are. The people that came in earlier, we dealt with them. Now they ain't coming because I told them that if they can come in here without trying to get the live shut down, without calling us out of our names, because we don't care about the name calling, but you trying to get the live shut off just by calling us names because you don't have the computing power or the IQ to actually formulate a sentence or articulate your argument well, because you pretty much not smart, point blank. That's all. You guys are useless. Get your life together.
Why are you bringing the discussion to our aptitude now?
No, he thinks if he just talks long enough,
that's all.
He's gonna make it sound like it's got a point.
I can't help it.
Y'all don't like the truth. That's all that is. Y'all hate the truth.
Whatever. But the truth is, this guy Jay, you're invested in disliking Africans, and I think it's from insecurity.
I'm invested in my people.
I think it's because you see them as
Again, we do not dislike Africans except for their behavior, except for them trying to assume our identity, trying to steal our history. Again, we have Ghana talking about having a Juneteenth in Ghana, charging $4,000 for our suffering and our history there in Texas. They have no regard for respecting us. This is why we're disliking their behavior. They're making us see them as who they are, wickedness. When I think about Ghanaians, especially the presidents and how they move, I look at them as being wicked demons that are like vampires, sucking the life out of us. We don't want nothing to do with them. And that's why we're delineating, because we don't want no parts of these types of people that want to vampire us. Okay? Y'all have your own people that you can vampire. Leave us out of your bullshit. And for the ones that are Black Americans deciding to go to Ghana, live over there, being a part of their jurisdiction and renting and claiming citizenship and all that, you're on your own. We're not coming to rescue you because you put yourself in the belly of the beast over there. We warned y'all. I've been warning y'all for years to leave Ghana alone, that their intentions are not good. Now you got them trying to steal reparations and trying to claim everything attached to us. These people are vampires. That's it. That's all. I have no respect for people moving like that, period.
All
White never be competition for us. Y'all can't even build your own city, country up. What are y'all talking about? You can never be competition. Like, stop. Y'all get ahead of yourself. You can never be. Because you can never be competition for us. We the superior.
You know what you did? You know what it was though? You heard all that silence. He wasn't even muted. Nobody even muted him because it sunk in. Because he knows that it resonated with his spirit. Because he knows the coward and the failure in him and couldn't allow him to actually refute it. And now that he actually now that he stopped being the deer in the headlight because it froze him and it shocked him. He didn't expect that greatness to come out. Then all of a sudden he wants to try to deflect to the same ad hominem things about the white T man. That's all.
No, you're stopping me from responding.
You can't even defeat me without having a white T man.
Yeah, he done said YT at least 100 times since he's been on his panel.
Fantasy world you live in where I'm
can't keep the white man penis out your mouth.
You're interrupting me constantly because you're afraid.
All right, be quiet.
You constantly bring up the white T man. Like, don't that shit get tiring after a while?
The white man. The white man.
Scared. All right,
the white man.
I ain't said that. Don't try to use me as a proxy. Don't try to use me as a proxy. Don't use me as a proxy.
No, I'm
formulate your argument without saying the white T man.
I'm talking to you. Respond. You see them above, then see your people, and then you see other black people beneath.
He's trying to get your live taken down.
There's no hierarchy at all.
He's trying to get your live taken down.
No, I don't.
We don't look at y'all at all. Like, what are you talking about? Don't worry about y'all at all. Like, you're no competition or nothing. I don't understand why you don't get it.
Oh my God, you see what it is without put out two Africans coming out that mic every second. All right, Rob, what were you gonna say, man? Go ahead.
Man, to be honest, I didn't appreciate in the discussion we were having, just normal discussion like this, and then it has to be now you people are, in terms of how we think and stuff. I mean, it's just thoughts, right? And it could be that, you are better than us, and I don't have a problem with acknowledging that. I mean, it doesn't take anything away from me, and it doesn't take away my existence, right?
We don't think we're better. We just think we're different. That's it. That's all. All we want to be recognized for as being uniquely us. We do not want you guys collapsing our identity and make it null and voided because you showed the fuck up. Who are you to show up and try to dictate to us who we're going to be? There's something wrong with y'all. There's somebody, these types of Africans are demented. They're demonic.
Is it something that should come in a discussion like this? I think
we do come from a first world country, and the majority of the countries in Africa are undeveloped. So that would definitely make us better. Because my ghetto, my hood would still be my ghetto and hood would still be. No. A project in the Nickerson Gardens will still be.
And by the way, for those that constantly want to keep believing that Africa and Ghana is your paradise, take a look at what's going on over there now. They're currently underwater in various places of Ghana. And I really pray that there will be a big flood on Juneteenth to teach these fools a lesson about disrespecting our ancestors. That's what I want. I'm glad that after he left, the UN talking about reparations, it flooded 3 o'clock in the morning for 7 hours. I wanted to flood 40 days and 40 nights. I wouldn't give a damn.
With a very disturbing story from the Central region, and about 18 communities in the Asin South district of that region have been cut off after flood waters destroyed a bridge over the Adonsu River. The incident has left residents stranded and seeking help. Central Regional correspondent Akwesi Ado has more in the following report.
Residents of about 18 communities along the Yabibiasi and Ando stretch here in the Asin South district of the Central region have become stranded. This is due to a river which has extended its banks and leaving residents in a very distressing situation. Let's speak to some residents and find out how they've been affected.
Yesterday I came, I have to return, I couldn't cross it.
because the water level was so high and the car couldn't cross it. I tried using the other bridge through Asin Adadientem. That one too, I wasn't able to cross it. So I have to wait for today if I was able to cross it. And this is just the beginning of the rainy season. Last year, the same.
Again, the beginning of the rain system, and they have the nerve to claim Juneteenth in June. I think it's June 19th. Lord God, I pray that a flood and a rain will come and teach them the lesson that they will never, ever form their lips to claim Juneteenth there in Ghana. Yes, indeedo. Let it be 10 times worse than this.
Finance and we see that there's some right there, Busu. Because we have bridge away here, a buffer, so no thing would have a buffer, so much, do a bunny now, be a few for Ebesia Quine, okay.
As a result of this situation, schools in these affected communities have been temporarily shut in order to ensure the safety of both students and teachers.
I just say the beginning soon, and Sana, it may have to say school for near the other, near the only case, you know. It's better that by say, 1 year more, being to me, and yet the moon to be made break in my school for corner, and run a bus and our full fresh chaffon. Mom Banta, if you say Gola school at Yasin for Suno, and Romla ball 11:30 to 12 run on from Madame say, and soon ye Yibano, Makana Ma, Qualabacati, Rampan, my manager say already.
The construction of this bridge on the Adonsu River have stalled for over 7 years. Residents are attributing the flooding situation to the failure on the part of authorities to ensure the full completion.
Anyways, this is recent news over there in Ghana. A lot of Black Americans are not understanding how it floods over there in Ghana. They don't have the proper infrastructure over there. And all the monies that the Ghanaian presidents get year in, year out from America, they never try to fix, knowing that floods are coming every year like clockwork. They refuse to fix what's fucked up. They pocketed the money because they're greedy as Africans. And they would sell y'all some property or land knowing full well that these floods are happening, and you will be in the same boat as all the Ghanaians are in. And I've been doing my videos trying to warn my people about the prospect of them being involved in these type of floods or other tragedies that happen, because Ghana is not going to tell you nothing about that. They're going to just want you to invest, give up your money, risk it all, sacrifice yourself, and whether or not you can deal or not deal, they still got it. They still got you. They got the money. They got you trying to get something going on over there. Let me see. No brilliant fool. Fuel isn't fuel. Electricity can be fuel. Menthol can be fuel. Man, make a valiant point. And you said something to the effect that no matter how we look at ourselves, we're African. Who are you, D.D. Saracen, to think that you have the privilege or authority to claim that we're African? We've never been Africans all our lives. I never acknowledged African American ever. So I think you're really African to have a name D.D. Saracen. You don't even seem like a Black American at all. So I'm gonna start ignoring your ass. African Goddess says, don't think Africa needs to be claiming people who don't want to be claimed. People have the right to be self-identified. Exactly. That's why I respect you, African Goddess, because you make sense. I don't know where you came from, how smart you became, but you need to, that's why I wish you had a channel, because a lot of other Africans need to hear what you're saying. You know, I appreciate you being a moderator though, but I really hope and pray that somebody like you would do a channel for real. Tahaga, thank you. Much love, host. Good to see you at it again. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. DD is claiming that Africa is a continent. Okay, we know that. And whether sellouts in the U.S. don't want to concede to the fact that we are actually Africans. No, we're not conceding because we're not Africans. You can be African, DD. No one is stopping you from going to Africa. No one is stopping you from doing what you feel like you need to do as a Pan-African. The issue, and the only issue, is that y'all feel like y'all should make us do what you think, and you can't. You're not our Lord and Savior. We're not going to worship Africa. So get over yourself. You said whatever people are doing in the UK should not impact USA, African Goddess says. Tahaka says that is how they are, so they think we are that. That's sad. DD again is saying what black people in the UK should concern about what black people in the USA. We are African. We're not African, dude. You're actually an African. Speak for yourself. If we are multi-race with European, African, and indigenous blood, we are not one thing. We are one thing as American. That's it. If we just called ourselves Indigenous American, that would apply to us. Not nobody else, but to us. We are Indigenous Americans of the United States of America. That's what we are. We don't want to be made over. And y'all should respect that fact. But I believe you're really an African, DD, and you're a Pan-African goofy. And you want to live off of this notion of Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh, unity is going to happen all over the globe. What if if that's true? Why is it not happening in Haiti? Why is it not happening any other place in Africa? Why is there genocides? Why is there war? Why ain't you going over there dealing with those people that really have some issues about being unified over there on the continent? Why are you all up in our ear? Okay, I know you're paid shill, but you need to get yourself together because you ain't got the authority to tell us shit. We're not changing our identity because you showed the fuck up. Okay, if you want to be African, be it yourself, but I will never become or be considered African. If and when you guys move, like the Democrats move to try to make us over, we're going to sue the fuck out of y'all, is what we're going to do. Let it be known, Democrats, you can be sued. Let it be known, the Congressional Black Caucus, you can be sued. You are not representing us as Black Americans properly. We are not wanting to belong or be under the dominion of Africa, period. You guys are moving as if you're making decisions for us against our will. And if you push us too far, you can be sued. Defamation. You are defiling our identity and our goal and our rights as Americans. You're going against all of that. So collectively, as a class action, we can sue the Democrats, the NAACP, Urban League, Congressional Black Caucus, if y'all continue this road you guys are under. We're not ever going to accept being captured by Africans and made to be under their dominion. No, we're not doing that. So if y'all continue knowing full well we're rejecting it, we're denouncing that, just know we are slowly but surely getting our genealogy stuff together, our notes and our records, letters that I've sent out, I have copies of. And if we have to sue y'all because you guys totally have not gotten our input about nothing, and you guys are behind the scenes talking on our behalf as if you're us, which is very disrespectful, and it's blasphemy what you guys are doing. Nobody asked you to go to Africa to do shit. Nobody asked you to go to Africa coming up in June for Juneteenth. I pray y'all all get flooded. Man, oh man, I would be so happy. I would jump for joy if God rains on y'all and make y'all flooded to the point where some of y'all gonna struggle with your life. I wouldn't give a damn. I'm gonna tell you flat out. Let me continue. Anyways, before I'm gonna pass you because you talking too much ridiculousness, Didi. I've said enough about you. A.R. Hall says, I feel the agony of tethers only since I see how the Pan-Africans been using tethers as crash dummies. Exactly. They're paying the money though. The 14th Amendment, I'm not gonna read nothing else from you, Didi. You're stupid. Pan-Africans be throwing pills of illusion in tethers drinks. Do they? Oh no. You did a lot of, you said, don't overstand my sarcasm. However, Pan-Africans are definitely drugging tethers up with entitlement. Definitely that. You ain't never lied. Who do you to Didi is primarily belly aching the most for tethers? The Pan-African, he's actually, whoever that is actually an African, posing as if they're not. Trump actually restored Malcolm Fountain in DC, for real? On Malcolm X's birthday. Oh, that's nice that he did that. I'm glad he did something. Africans may be our kindred, but they are not us. They're not our kindred either. Heath. A lot of them, I'm not going to say all of them are bad, just the ones that are in power, the ones that are on the governmental level, the ones that have been rubbing elbows with the Democrats and presidents, the ones that feel that we are obligated to be underneath their authority, and that's how they're moving. I have an issue with those Africans because, again, they're trying to capture us and treat us as if we're slaves to them. And we need to be suing Ghana as well. I feel like a class action suit suing Ghana, suing the Democrats, suing the Congressional Black Caucus, suing the NAACP may have to happen when it's all said and done. I don't know when, but just know that I said it first. We might have to do a class action suit against all these people that are against us because they're coming as if they're our enemies and they're acting as if they're slave catchers. Ain't nobody told them to go to Africa to claim that we're now connected to them and we're their people and all this shit. My ancestors belong to me, myself, and I. Does not have nothing to do with Ghana's president, nothing to do with nobody over there in that continent, nothing to do with Pan-Africans, and nothing to do with the Democrats. You guys are moving like y'all own us Democrats, and we're kind of sick of it. We're more than kind of. We are definitely sick and disgusted by how you guys been moving. You guys have been orchestrating a whole lot of bullshit behind the scenes for years. And now that stuff is coming out. And we're seeing what you guys are doing, and we do not like it. We're telling you to pump your fucking brakes. Only take the people that want to be taken. 90% of us don't want to have nothing to do with Africa because they ain't got shit going on. And we're not willing to sacrifice ourselves for struggle. Get the fuck out of here. We're not doing that. If you Democrats feel like it's good for us, take your ass to Africa. Okay? You first. Yeah, they be gassing up the tethers for sure. He's definitely butthurt. Yeah, we were the first on the planet. You're right about that, Cole Heath Hamilton. Well, I do. Anthony Reed says, well, I do. What do you mean by that? Pan-Africans be mad money fraud is drying up with them tethers getting deported. Exactly. The Black community has got to change their culture, do build, not to divide. We just got to stop sinning, Anthony Reed. We got to just turn away from wicked ways, accept ourselves as being Americans like we used to, and move with God's blessing. The Harlem Globetrotters brought a spotlight on basketball in the 1940s or before, Carmen says. Oh, yeah, I forgot about them. Yeah, it definitely made basketball very interesting. Is Pan-Africans far left? They are the blame for the tethers. Yeah, you're right about that. What's up, FBA Built America? Thank you for being here. And I have been to North Africa. You have? Aren't they racist over there? They invented mud cookies. Oh, I think that was Haitians. They were inspired by following a dung beetle for several hours. Oh, wow. Oh, he says, I'm absolutely a Pan-African. Malcolm X was a Pan-African. He wouldn't have been now. MLK was a Pan-African. You don't know that. Bob Marley was a Pan-African. Okay, check this out, Dee. Back then in 1968, when Martin Luther King, I think he was unalived in 1968, if I'm correct, let me know. There weren't that many people from other places over here. We did not know you guys' mentality. We did not understand what would be your intention when you guys got over here en masse. We, as Gen Xer, I am, and others that are even younger than me, we've been watching y'all since social media. And we see and feel and discern what y'all intentions are now. So we're not going off of what was, because they didn't have a clear picture of what was going to happen. We're in the thickness of it all. They were speculating because you guys were melanated that y'all would just automatically be on our side. They didn't understand how you guys would want to come over here and dominate us and take over us and try to get authority over us. We see that. In 2026, 2025, 2018 is when I first started noticing. So you can't use those people of old because they didn't have enough information to discern the truth that I'm discerning today. I am the one, and others like me are going to be the leaders of this generation to make the decision on what we do and what we're going to call ourselves and what we're going to do and be like, okay? We're not going off of misinformation of Malcolm X, misinformation of Martin Luther King Jr., because there was not enough of y'all over here acting a fool. We see y'all acting a fool now. We see you on social media acting a fool, talking crazy, reckless. We see how y'all moving, trying to be governors, mayors, or senators, and how you guys want to like ostracize us and get rid of our holidays and tell us we can't get reparations and all that stuff. Y'all are not us. When y'all get in power, you make it clear that you're not us. We're not letting you guys get away with the black card no more, because we see that that was a detriment in our thoughts. And we are correcting that now. No more immigrant person, melanated, can claim to be black as me, period. You're not the same. And that's what you guys got to recognize, period. All right. You are definitely in cahoots, DD, with the Democrats. Don't you know, DD, that the Democrats were the ones that went over there to Ghana in 2019 to bring about this so-called return to Ghana notion, return to Africa? Nancy Pelosi was there, bitch, if you didn't know. All these other Congressional Black Caucus people were there, fool, if you didn't know. They made it seem like it was welcomed, it was approved, it was granted. And that was all done by strategy. The Democrats brought that out as if it was something that we were to follow behind. You fool. AI Hall says delineation is a holy delineation is ordained by the Most High, the man in the high castle. Exactly. You know, to think about AI, how we just out of the blue all came to this same conclusion at the same time. We all said something don't smell right, look right, taste right with these Africans talking to us and these Pan-Africans talking and squawking at us. And we just naturally decided to delineate. It was the best thing ever because we have empowered ourselves and we can see the phonies from the frauds now that we're delineating. The ones that are not talking the way that we talk, we know that they're not on our side and they are actually our enemy. That's what we know. All right. Anthony Reed says, I have been to North Africa with military. Oh, wow. I'm not impressed. I'm definitely not impressed. I can see it on YouTube. That's all I need to do. He did not cook at all, but I get it. He's not done. He's about to go in a lot more. I'm gonna show you. It's no better than Africa, but actually worse. Because I have been to Africa. Praise the Most High for the flood in Ghana. That's what I'm talking about. But you know what, AI Hall? I really want that flood. I want them to get those damn Congressional Black Caucus people, man. Oh, that would be so sweet. If they would be caught in the flood and we could get it on video. Oh my God, I would love it. You said foreigners in the U.S. who want a green card will need to leave and apply in their home country. The Trump administration announced, I know he is sick with it. He's not playing with nobody no more. For real, for real. And I support Trump no matter what versus you clown ass Democrats. You said, I can't see African Goddess comments. Oh, really? She probably left. I don't know if she's still here or not. Nick says these people are deranged. Did Malcolm X ain't our daddy? I know that's right. All you can do is pray for a reprobate mind. That's what I did a video on, Nikki. God has released every mind that refuses to acknowledge him. And they're so consumed by their sins or their ego and pride. And they are definitely in a reprobated mind state. A lot of our people are lost, claiming to be Pan-Africans. You know, I know my channel is not that popular. I don't speak as well as I write, but I speak the truth, and I have discerned so much for years about what's happening now. God has really allowed me to see stuff 6-7 years ago about Pan-Africans, about these fake Africans, and everybody trying to like run to us for safety. It feels like out of desperation, though. It's like we're in the water with them, but we have our life jackets on, and they're trying to get on top of us, and they're trying to drown us to survive. I mean, they're desperate as hell. They have nothing to offer to us, nothing tangible, not one thing to offer us, but they want us to give up everything attached to us, to them, for them. And we're not doing that. That's not a deal. That's not a deal. Africans' view of FBA is that they are rich. Exactly. We are the what is that? Tyre One America. Let me see. Anthony says, yes, The Rock. That was the point I was trying to make. Americans may have our problems, but it's our problems. Exactly. Black and white, but it's our problems. By the way, I'm American, but live in Colombia. Okay. I'm glad you're doing okay. I'm glad to hear from you. I appreciate you. I hope that you subscribe to my channel and like the video, y'all. I have been living in Colombia for 8 years. Wow. How is it there? They're not black or American. Exactly, Nikki. They don't want to hear that, though. I believe reparations should be paid to FBA. Exactly. They're just African and Caribbean. Exactly. Anthony Reed said, yes, Nikki. In the Cauca region of Colombia is Caribbean and African. Also San Andres Island. Yes, says there are enemies. Robert Lamb says they are our enemies. I mean, I know that people don't like us talking like that, but it needs to be said. It has to be said. This lady, I really like her channel. Thank you for that, Anthony Reed. America would be taken over by Muslims. Look at Dearborn. Yeah, we got to stop that. Look at Europe. Yes, ma'am, I subscribe. Thank you for that. So let's get back. I think it's about to get really good with what I was trying to say. This guy's about to read in a minute. Again, we do not hate Africans. We despise their behavior. We despise their intent. We despise people that's trying to dominate and take us over. We do not want none of that. We're not trying to allow ourselves to be captured by nobody, especially Africans.
Mudhood. I'm just gonna put it there, right there.
Why I keep telling them our projects look better than some of y'all whole country? Like, y'all need to stop.
That's well and good, and all I'm saying is the mud hut will still be there and we'll still live in it, right? But I mean, is it important for the discussion we are having? Is it important for the discussion we are having? I don't think it is.
It actually is, because if you want to look at the contrast, you were trying to go back and forth and argue with us on common real world, first world issues when you actually have fourth world primitive issues. And the thing is, if you were happy and content or complacent in that, we wouldn't argue with you. But the fact that you're trying to come into the first world and have us focus on you, and you're trying to figure out and dictate how we live our life, how we have self-determination, is an issue. You're not part of our family. You're not our kin. You're your own people group, respectfully. And we want you to focus on your people like you should. Nobody's going to come to your country. And the fact is, you're a genocide survivor. How in the heck you're going to come to us telling us what we should do when we're actually going through constant G-side in our own country? UNESCO has actually said that our Black Americans are going constantly under genocide because of things that are happening. We are going with something called the erasure. How the small hats had the Holocaust, our G-side is called the erasure. And then you see it constantly through our politics, through social life, through just me and you having a conversation. You're trying to figure out, why should we breathe? You're arguing on why is it reasonable and why should we need and thrive on oxygen? Why should we survive? We should not be trying to debate why we need to live with you. You need to go focus on your own. You're a parasite, point blank. You're being a nuisance. Your welcome is over. Your time is up, point blank. We didn't mind having you and having our own arms open as a guest when y'all came, but then y'all came with disrespect. Y'all opened the door, y'all had muddy shoes on and walked in the house, opened up every single cabinet and door in the house, and then stood on the couch. And then kept the TV on and turned the lights on and left the water running and went into the fridge. You were supposed to be a guest, and
all the cereal boxes and everything.
If we were in a different country and we were doing that, then y'all be like, what the heck? Y'all would to be real, you guys wouldn't even let us vote in a food contest. We wouldn't even let us decide who has the best jollof, yet alone in your politics. You guys use that we undermine y'all politics in y'all country with our country. So imagine if we were actually trying to participate. Y'all unalive the people who do come in the guise of Pan-Africanism. When they try to come in to try to make things better, y'all try to extract, take their land, and do whatever you can to assault them and then unalive them. That's what y'all do. There's no solidarity. We're not connected. Stop it. It's a farce. It's a fallacy. You guys don't do that in your own country with your own self. Genocide survivor. Genocide survivor. Just understand that. Take that in. You're a whole genocide survivor. I think you said you're in Canada. Canada, Poutine and maple syrup. Canada, hockey. And you're not in your own country because of the shit that your people have went through. But you're trying to go finger wag on us and tell us what we should be doing. Why should we not defend and protect ourselves and look at our best interests, our self-interest? You don't believe in self-determination because you don't have a self. And us being clueless is what you need for us to for you to survive. So you can tag on to us. And that's done. We're done.
I think it's good. You know, when you say
You broke that shit down. That's what I'm talking about. It's done. Again, Black Americans, please consider the future, the soon future, right around the corner, maybe in the next year or 2 or 3. If the Democrats and Africans again try to come upon our identity and try to usurp our power and our agency as being Americans, what we got to do is sue. We got to combat them because we're not going down, laying down. No, we're not doing that. I'm trying to convince Africans just to accept that we're American and move on with yourself. There are a few so-called Black Americans that claim to be Pan-Africans. You can get them to sign on, whatever, and go to Africa and do what you guys want to have done. But for us, the vast majority of us, we're not interested. And it is our prerogative not to be. Who are y'all to show up in our land and tell us it's a new day and we got to now concern ourselves with Africa? Who the fuck are you? We are not going to allow y'all to dictate nothing to us because we're not doing that in your home country. We're not badgering you about nothing. So leave us be. Respect our boundaries. And our boundaries now is delineation so that we acquire the respect that you guys never gave us. Because you guys were so used to dipping in and out of our identity and benefiting yourself off of our plight. And we're no longer wanting y'all to use us up like that, like vampires. We don't want to be a victim of y'all vampiring us to death. So, okay, that's where we are right now. That's the truth. So when you hear us using harsher terms and words, it's because you guys got it out of us. You guys forced it out of us because you would not leave us be. And now we're on attack mode and defense mode. You know, you guys were so used to us being quiet and not saying nothing. But you guys been doing too much for too long in our name. And that's why we're coming out of the woodworks attacking back. Because we have a right to remain as we were. We have a right to declare our own identity and our own plight and our own goals. We don't need you to show up talking about we Black too. Let's get on board and talk about Africa. Fuck you. You ain't talking about Africa because you ain't in Africa. The fuck?
Okay, you're not welcome to this discussion as an example. It's good to put a discussion where, you know, it's clearly made, you know, for me to see that you're not welcome here. That helps a lot. But when when I come with the assumption that, okay, this is a discussion where we are engaging so that we can maybe understand each other a lot better. Later for that...
You guys don't want to understand, though. The vast majority of y'all don't want to understand. You keep saying you want to understand, but when we tell you what it is, you still confused. You still are unsure. When the answers have been the same. We're not the same. We're American. We're not the same. We're not worshiping Africa. We're not the same. We're not going to build Africa up. You guys have declared that our money, which you guys have been obsessing over, $1.3 trillion somehow is supposed to be building up Africa. But the problem is you never asked for our consent. And since you didn't ask for our consent, we're telling you hell no. Not only hell no for that, but hell no because we're not even living over there. Hell no because we're not from there. Hell no because you have a large number of people that have migrated out of Africa that you need to be hollering at. You need to be hollering at those people that have migrated away and hem them up in a corner and demand stuff from them. Stop talking to us. This entitlement that you think you have over us is no more. We're letting you know you don't have entitlement over us. You don't have no rights over us. You don't have authority over us. You don't have jurisdiction over us. Get over yourselves, please.
That discussion to turn out, it seems like the problem is the wrong one, And for me, that's the problem.
If you were trying to
listen to you. I will listen to you.
Hold on. I'm gonna stop you right there, though, because I heard something that right there. You're contradicting yourself, because if you were really trying to have a conversation to understand and to be on the same page, you would not tell your fellow brother or African to calm down or stop whatever he's doing when he was being blatantly disrespectful, calling this ad hominems attacks and not trying to understand. And then when I brought up a good concept, the good analogy with the car, when he asked me why is it important for to delineate and what's the delineation, and he still chose to be obtuse, you should have said, nah, that's not right. I can understand that, but you didn't do that. So if you're really trying to understand, then you would actually
muted at that time. So, and still, I would have loved that. Just a minute. If he had landed his point, and perhaps we engage maturely, like even before he comments, or maybe he says one or two things, and before he forms the whole concept of what he's trying to say, is at one or another time he's muted, right? But I'm not saying I represent his views, and he comes with his own perspective. We have different ways of looking at things, right? But all I'm saying is me speaking for myself, right? I thought the prompt invited us to engage, and I'm not as enough. Coming from my background, I'm never ever going to try and usurp a person's rights and privileges. I will never do that. I know my place. I'm a guest, and I can be kicked out anytime, right? So I come with that full maturity, and for me, it's just the discussion of, are we trying to put up a straw man that we can knock down? Are we trying to have a mature discussion? So,
wouldn't this be a good time for violins to be playing in the background?
I mean, that's all it is, right?
So why can't you?
Because just a minute. Even in your own, there's a lot in your own world that I don't. And there's a lot that you have gone through, that you experienced uniquely to you, that I might observe from a distance and empathize. But to be honest, I would never ever try and say I come in there and I'm trying to decide your identity for you. I might want to understand what you're going through, and I'm also coming in to say, okay, let me share what
But the issue we're having is, why are you so concerned about us when there's ample of issues to be concerned about on the continent? There's so many issues that you guys have never talked about concerning Africa that y'all need to be concerned about. That's how we know we are a part of propaganda. There is an agenda that all you guys are in on, and you're playing dumb like you don't understand what you're doing. You could be talking about Haiti's issues, for God's sake. They got major issues with gangs. You could be talking about other things, genocide in Sudan and what's going on in Congo. Hell, you could talk about the Ebola outbreak. You guys ain't talking about nothing but us. That's how we know you guys are kind of warped in the mind. Because you guys should not have such obsession about one group of people all the way over here in America that has been over here in America for hundreds of years. We should not be the first and the last emphasis of conversation. But you guys only talk about us, and we're not flattered. We are upset about all this attention. We want y'all to attend to your own affairs over there in Africa and leave us be. That's all we're asking of you Africans to do. Please respect our answer. You guys have invited us to deal with your problems, and we said no thank you. Accept the answer. of no thank you and move on to other Africans and badger them and hem them up. That's what you guys have to transition and do. Staying stuck on stupid, arguing with us is not going to ever manifest anything but anger and harsh words from us that we would not say if you would just leave us be.
No, and I'm telling you, that initial point I was trying to make is there is a lot more to the color that happens here and everywhere else. Some of us do not know.
That came right on time. I was just talking about violins and she's doing it right here. Whoever's doing this. And that's absolutely right, Nikki. You said Africans will never surpass its current social economic position on the global scale because of what they're trying to do to Black Americans. Yeah, they're putting too much energy on us, and there's so much stuff that they can do without us that they're not even trying to even see about. I mean, instead of having a conference about our reparations here in America, Ghana's president, Mahama, should be talking to Nigeria's president, Burkina Faso, Captain Touré, Mali's president, and all the other neighboring borders in the region of West Africa. They've never, ever had a conference among themselves, but they tend to want to have a conference about us. That's how you know that their intent is wild. It's not for us, and it's about colonizing us. And again, you guys have gotten this thought process from the Democrats and the Congressional Black Caucus and the NAACP. Just because Al Sharpton was at the United Nations talking about he's on your side to President Muhammad doesn't mean that he's on the side of millions of us. We are not represented by Al Sharpton. Let me just put it out there. He is not our leader. He is a Sambo. He is a coon. He is someone, when he dies, I'm going to have wine and I'm going to celebrate his death. You understand me? I'm not bullshitting. I will celebrate that bitch's death because he is a Sambo. He's in the way of our progression, and he thinks that we should be bought and sold again because he's making a little money on the side. I don't give a fuck about Al Sharpton. I don't give a fuck about nobody in the Congressional Black Caucus because they're not on our side. I don't give a fuck about no Democrat because they're not on our side. They just want to use us, use our history, and upgrade everybody else over us. So they're our enemy one-on-one. You said I should run for office. Thank you for that. I don't know if I could do all that, but I appreciate that. And let me go back up. Nikki says, right. Why are they begging us if they work harder and they're more successful? Exactly. They want us to be working for them, Nikki. That's the issue. They think that they should be able to just tell us what to do and we do what they say and they stay all nice and prissy clean and they order us around. That's what they have in mind, Nikki, for us to be like, and we're not on that. We're not going to be your slaves, Africans. We're not going to serve you, Africans. Get Africans that have fled 30, 40, 50 years ago and get them to getting back to Africa. We're not going, period. You said, Anthony Reed says, you are the first American I've seen to speak out on this issue. Is that really? If you go to TikTok, a lot of them are speaking like this, though. Maybe not as cold-blooded as me, because I don't know how to say stuff very nuanced. Like, I don't have time for that. I just tell the truth, you know. Either you like it or you hate it. That's what I get. You said African would never surpass its current, I read that. Yeah, they're too obsessed with us, Nikki. You said, I remember back in the 80s, USA sent aid to Sudan only to be robbed by the drug lords. What? Dang. Nikki says, never had a conference about the Arab slave trade still going on over there. Exactly. So they're not serious about changing nothing, Nikki. They just want to have power over us. And we're telling y'all flat out, we're not going. You're not going to be over us. You're going to have to be over the Africans for real. Anthony Reed says Al Sharpton just makes a living off of black issues, even charges families to show up for funerals. Oh my goodness. Wow. The Pan-Africans use tethers like drones. Exactly. Diplomatically. Yes, exactly. Again, y'all put us in this space, Africans and Pan-Africans. You put us in this space. You were running around behind our backs for years, talking among yourselves about what we're going to do to these black Americans without our consent. And y'all thought we were going to play nice and sweet indefinitely. You got us fucked up. You cannot shit on us and pee on us and tell us it's rain and it's good food that you're giving to us. No, it's shit and it's piss. And we're telling you, we see what you're doing. We don't like it. We're rebuking it. We're denouncing all the shit that you're coming up with because we never fathom dealing with Africa. We never fathom going to Africa, no less even visit Africa. You guys made plans behind our backs about us being involved, building Africa. Bitch, you can't tell us we're building up Africa. You go build up Africa. Leave us be, okay?
Are you suffering ABS? More than 3 Africans may suffer a skin condition called ABS. Don't forget the chiggers. Don't forget the chiggers.
Now you talking about the jiggers?
The jiggers.
The feet jiggers. Jiggers.
Today.
No.
Man, but today you back up a gear. Man, you must have had you a couple.
Jiggers. That's my motherfucking name. Jiggers.
I mean, after dealing with you had to deal with earlier, you had to have your few drinks before you had the nerve to get back on here.
No, I had one. I'll wait till Friday to throw a few back, but I just was a little bored, so I was like, fuck it,
Oh man.
Yeah.
More people whining, huh?
Yeah, we got this guy.
That's the crazy.
Go ahead, Miss Cheryl. Go ahead.
That's the craziest shit. I mean, we're just delineating. God damn. We're not going out here causing war.
I know, right?
Everybody is about to lose their damn mind. We're just saying, you go your way, I go my way. There's a line in the sand. That's it.
That's it. That's all. Speaking of which, President Trump, he has, according to this video, I don't know if it's true or not, but they're saying that he has deported at least over 3 million. That's what all this is about, because the irony of it all is that Africans see America as the promised land. They're telling us that Africa is our promised land while they're secretly wanting or boldly wanting to be here now, specifically in America. They don't want to be deported back to the motherland. They don't want to go back to that holy land, that promised land of Africa. Okay, make it make sense, y'all.
Bring on our new guests. Charles Marino is a former DHS senior advisor. Rosa Arellano's is a former Border Patrol officer. Thank you for being with us. And Rosa, let me begin with you. The Department of Homeland Security says 3 million illegals have left or been deported since the president took office this time. Those are really large numbers. Do you think that's accurate?
Yes, I do think it's accurate for the reason being that a lot of these numbers come from voluntary removals. And we also got to keep in mind that these individuals were being incentivized. I mean, their flights were being paid for. They were receiving, amounts of money to go ahead and go back. My concern is that it also makes me wonder, all these people that were allowed to come in under the Biden administration, were they actually coming in because they were seeking asylum? Or was it that it was just for economic reasons? That's what most of us are thinking is the case. And then seeing these numbers and seeing that they're getting paid to do that, it looks like that is the main reason why a lot of these people came into our country under the Biden administration.
Charles, go ahead, sorry.
It's also a shame to know that a lot of these numbers are just trying to catch up with the big mess that the previous administration left President Trump with. Because if it wouldn't have been for the numbers that he had gotten us under, these numbers would have really helped out in regards to what we have.
Charles, specifically to that point, right? We're digging out of a hole that got deeper over this 4-year blip where Joe Biden effectively, with Kamala Harris as his border czar, opened up the floodgates and let 5 to 6 million people through the front door. And so $2 million is a huge number. It's larger than the population of places like Phoenix, comparable to the population of places like Philadelphia. So, just talk to us a little bit about that, because I think people lose sight on just how many people that really is. Another promise made by President Trump.
Yeah, well, let's put it in this perspective and give the viewers this analogy. President Obama deported anywhere between 3 million and 5 million over his 8 years, and he was despised by the immigration advocacy groups who called him the deporter-in-chief. So to hear Tom Homan talk about it in the right way, this is an unprecedented approach by the Trump administration to deal with an unprecedented problem that was created by the Biden administration. Not only were we dealing with illegal border entries, we also saw an across-the-board exploitation of the legal pathways into the country. Programs like temporary protective status, asylum claims, and other programs. And the Trump administration's put forth this multifaceted approach, holding all our Western Hemisphere partners accountable for being part of the solution instead of being part of the problem, which they've typically been, and also holding accountability here within our own borders and making sure that the immigration enforcement laws are being enforced, all while being disrupted by places like sanctuary cities, something the Obama administration didn't have to deal with. So to achieve these numbers the way the Trump administration is in the first year of the second term is really a job well done, but they know there's more that needs to be done.
Yeah, creating sanctuaries for people who were taking children from the border and bringing them up there as sex workers, taking complete advantage of them. It was the most despicable thing that probably happened during all of that. Now, there is, of course, a financial aspect to all this. DHS says those deportations, I should say, via the app cost about $5,100, whereas enforced deportation is over $18,000. So they were saving $13,000 for the country, for us taxpayers, every single time they got somebody to say, okay, I'll go on my own. Rosa, what do you think about that?
Well, that is one of the reasons why the American people chose President Trump as our president for a second term, because we know that he has the mind of a businessman. Anybody that will look at these numbers like they're being shown to us at this moment would be able to say, you know what, this is what needs to get done. But you bring in people that are not business-minded, and they just go by whatever they think sounds good and what have you. So it is one of the reasons, again, why the American people chose President Trump. And it goes back to promises made, promises kept. And he started with the very first one, which is the one that the Latinos used to go ahead and give him the vote, which is secure our border. And we are also very appreciative of him bringing back Tom Homan, our border czar. As soon as we heard that information, we knew that things were going to be happening.
There it is there. Speaking of which, again, the birthright citizenship is going to be ruled on the end of June or July sometime. And I believe that Trump has a backup plan in case it doesn't go the way he wants. I think that he's going to bring out a lot of different policies and laws to compensate for whatever the ruling will be. He will not let it go, for sure.
On the Supreme Court, sir, we're still waiting for the decision on birthright citizenship.
Yeah, birthright
citizenship. You oral arguments of that. Can you just explain what's at stake with that decision? So,
it's a big decision that we're waiting for from the Supreme Court. We had a terrible tariff decision. They cost our country a fortune. They said do it a different way. We're doing it a different way, but we're going to most likely have to pay back $149 billion. All they had to do is put a little sentence in there, half a sentence, saying that any monies paid don't have to be paid back. You know, you're talking about the people in many cases that hate our country. Give them back money. It was a terrible decision. And it's not going to affect because we do the tariffs a different way. The tariffs are what's bringing in all of this money. It's really made our country rich, modernly rich. Now we have another one coming up, which is birthright citizenship. And we're the only country in the world that has it. You step into our country and you're all of a sudden a citizen. You come in a certain way. This was not meant for Chinese billionaires to have their children become citizens of our country. This was meant, or other rich people, poor people. This was meant for the babies of slaves. This was signed right after the Civil War. You look at the dates alone, immediately after. This was having to do with the babies of slaves. And people have used it. And if this is allowed to stand, it will be a disaster economically for our country. And you'll have 25% of the people coming into our country coming in through birthright citizenship, and we won't have any control. This decision by the Supreme Court is a very big one. They'll probably rule against me because they seem to like doing that. Frankly, I'm not happy with some of the decisions. Look at NIL. Look what they've done. Look what the courts have done to college sports. They're destroying college sports. They're destroying universities. But birthright citizens are a big deal. And literally, if that's allowed to stand, and again, this was a civil war. This was right after the Civil War. And it has to do with the babies of slaves. It doesn't have to do with the babies of very rich people coming into the country. One of them came in with 57 children. Okay, 57 children. They're using the system, and it's usually people that hate our country, if you want to know the truth. Birthright citizen is done by no other country in the world the way we're doing it. We're a laughing stock. And if the Supreme Court approves that decision, they have done a great disservice to the United States of America, just like they did a great disservice by costing us $149 billion on tariffs by saying do it a different way. Get the same result, do it a different way. We should have won that decision. We had a very strong, very powerful dissent. We had 3 dissents. So it wasn't like a unanimous decision by any means. We had very powerful dissents. When you read that dissent, people that read that dissent say you really should have won this case. We should have won that case on tariffs. That case cost our country $149 million. It goes to people that hate our country. So now we have another one coming up, birthright citizenship. It would be a disgrace. It would be a disgrace if the Supreme Court of the United States allows that to happen. Remember what I said, 20 to 25% of the people coming into our country will come in through birthright citizenship. They'll become citizens through birthright citizenship, and it'll cost us numbers that are, I don't even think they're doable. And it's all up to a couple of people, and I hope they do what's right. Birthright citizenship is a disgrace. The fact that, look at the people that are bringing the suit. Study the people that are bringing the suit. These are not people that love our country, I can tell you that.
Wow. Well, he said an earful, and I do believe that Trump has a backup plan in case Supreme Court rules against him. He's not going to be laying down. Y'all know he ain't laying down being a lame duck at all. So there'll be more policies and more other things that happen to make up for what the Supreme Court will allow, but hopefully they will get their census together. I believe that they have to have 5 votes to 4 to pull it out. I do know one of the black judges is going to go against it. I forgot her name, but she looks like somebody that's a Democratic shill, and maybe one other judge is on that tip. I'm not quite sure about the other 7, but I'm hoping that, you know, they will rule in the right way, because America should be preserved for Americans. It's not fair to have it globalized by everybody around the world. It's not fair with all the sacrifice that my ancestors have done, that is getting turned over to people that's not even from this country. That doesn't even make sense. So I'm on the same mindset of thought with Trump in regards to the birthright citizenship. It should have never been used as a loophole for other people just to show up in America and have a child and become Americans. That's fucking ridiculous. And, you know, it's not being racist, it's being lawful. It's being lawful, like we should have been. But somehow we lost our way with allowing anybody, everybody to treat America as if it's their stomping ground. And now we being treated foul by foreigners that come to America trying to tell us that we don't belong in America. That's some bullshit right there. And speaking of which, with all the stuff going on in South Africa, why aren't there panels of Africans discussing the actual xenophobic activities happening with foreigners being beat up, being businesses closed down, and all these things that's happening over there? They're so obsessed with Black Americans, like they can't think beyond us. It's crazy. Look at this, y'all. This is in South Africa, what's going on.
South Africa's immigration debate is reaching boiling point. Former President Thabo Mbeki is now warning that blaming foreigners will not solve the country's unemployment crisis, while angry communities across the country are marching in the streets demanding undocumented migrants be removed immediately. And now, the country is becoming more divided by the day. Welcome back to the channel.
What the president in Conakry says, that I now say to this King Conakry was walking in the streets of Johannesburg, go home. They don't understand it.
Where are the Pan-Africans addressing the South Africans? You guys always wagging your fingers at Black Americans, but what about these people? They're over there in Africa, and they're refusing to have other foreign Africans stay and work there. But you guys ain't got no words for them, but always constantly got words for us. That's how we know you guys are full of shit.
And the reason they don't understand it is because during the course of the struggle, the continent came to own South Africa. The very much South African. The South African struggle was not just a South African struggle, it was their struggle.
All Africans, for the most part, want to become citizens of America. And a lot of these Africans long to replace us as being the new Black Americans of America. That's what they're on. They want to do a trade with us. They want us to go to Africa and they want to come here. And Trump dismantled their plan of trading us out for them. He exposed what they were doing. And now the truth is in front of our faces. We cannot walk away and pretend like we didn't see what we saw. These people are trying to replace us by claiming this unity bullshit that doesn't exist over there. Let me read some of your comments, and then, you know, it's coming close. It's past 4 hours. I didn't even realize I was on that long. America needs to put racial issues aside because if they don't, the enemy moves within and takes advantage of it. Example, Minnesota. You know that I believe Ilhan Omar is close to being deported. Her office was raided recently. A lot of other people were put in jail over that fraud scheme that they got going on. And I pray that she gets deported to make an example out of her. Anthony Reed says Europe has had open borders since the 80s. Wow. When I was over there. Now look at Europe now. It's terrible. You ain't never lied. You also said Canada has fallen just like Europe due to open borders and leftist regimes. Exactly. Europe don't like Trump, but he pulled out of NATO. Now Europe has to fund more for their militaries when they relied on U.S. military. They weren't doing too much of nothing, though. I don't blame Trump, to be honest. They want us to be the ones that sacrifice everything for everybody. And Trump saying, no, we're not doing that. You got to put something in the game. You got to put some skin in the game. You got to do something. You can't just sit pretty while we do all the hard lifting. I'm not mad at Trump at all. So in closing, y'all, why do Africans get butt hurt that Black Americans don't claim them and don't claim being African? It's because they wanted their colonization of us to be easy. That's why. They wanted to be able to show up, pretend like they care, share some food with us, dance around a drum, and think that that's enough. As if, think about the Bible, Esau and Jacob. Was it Jacob and Esau? Over the stew. Esau was out hunting, and Jacob was making soup. I think that was his name in the Bible. And Esau came in famished and hungry and spent, smelled the food, wanted to have some food, and Jacob said, hey, if you want this, give up your birthright. He said, what is a birthright when I'm hungry? He took the stew and ate it, and Jacob was able to get the blessing of the birthright. That's what Africans are trying to use against us. They want us to be enchanted by their culture, by their food, by the goosey soup or whatever, by dancing in the dirt with a drum. It's not enough for me to give up my birthright. I am, like my uncle called me, my great uncle used to call me, a pit bull. He says, you're very attentive and discerning. You have a personality of a pit bull. You know what's up. And I do. I'm not giving up my birthright to Nan African, to Nan Pan-African, or anyone. We earned what we got through struggle and by the grace of God. We're not going to bow down and submit ourselves unto Africans. We're not doing that. And if that makes you mad that we refuse that, fuck you. We're not doing anything other than being ourselves. And we're trying to make sense of all the propaganda that's been brought to us on social media. Now we understand. The Democrats, the global Pan-Africans, and many Africans and Western African are in cahoots to try to undermine Black Americans' identity, our agency of being American. And they think that what they're doing is going to happen because they're doing it illegally against our will, which, again, if they continue, we should be able to have a class action suit against these people because they're not representing us properly as Americans. So keep that in mind. I said it first. Maybe 2 to 3, 4 years from now, we might have to get together and sue these people because they're doing too much. They don't have our best interests at heart. They think they own us, and they think that we're their slaves, and that's where they fucked up. So with that being said, please like and share the video. A lot of people are definitely jealous of us because think about all the other melanated people around the globe who are ruling over the melanated people. They're not too happy right now. Think about Haiti, for instance. Let me play a little clip of Haiti while I'm thinking about it, and then I'll go. Because Haiti is the closest to Africans. They look very similar to Africans, but I don't hear any African talking about Haitians. I don't hear them crying out to them, saying, we're your people. Come over here, unify with us. Why is that? Why can't y'all do that to them? Because they ain't got money? Is that why? That's why. You guys want to get a hold of our money, and you think that we should be spending money on y'all. And we're telling y'all flat out, that ain't the way we're going. We're not doing that at all.
In Haiti, renewed clashes between armed groups have forced entire families to flee their homes in a nation that has been left reeling by spiraling gang warfare for 5 years following the 2021 assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. These are newly displaced people who have just fled the recent attacks that took place in the Plein Cul-de-Sac area in the commune of Cité-Soleil in Port-au-Prince. They arrive with nothing and are in urgent need of assistance in order to survive.
Now, for instance, when you talk about the Africans' plight, or excuse me, the Haitians' plight, you're not going to call them black. You're going to call them Haitians because you want to know who is who. So this notion that you guys trying to claim black suddenly means that you're trying to colonize us, and y'all all are in on it. There ain't going to be no black talk talked on this platform right here.
This Shalom Church in Delmas 33 is now sheltering more than 2,000 newly displaced people. Some families recount the horrific moment when they had to flee their homes in search for safety. Help me with the children. I had just paid my rent and we had to flee. Now we have nothing, no money, no roof over our heads, and we don't know if or when we'll be able to return. Please help us. A new multinational anti-gang force is now being deployed to Haiti to replace the under-equipped and underfunded multinational mission to support the Haitian police. But so far, only a contingent of 400 Chadian soldiers has arrived in Port-au-Prince.
Again, they never use the term black because they want to make sure that they are emphasized in what they're going through over there in Haiti. So Africans that come to America, they hit the platforms on social media arguing with us about being black. We know that you guys are trying to colonize us, and we're not having that. You're not black like us. You're from the continent of Africa. If you were born here first generation, you are of your parents' lineage. You are Nigerian American, you're Haitian American, you're Jamaican America, whatever. You're not a black American. That is our identity. That's what we've been reared up with for generations. And, you know, we want to flip the name a little bit to being Indigenous American Black or Foundational Black American so that we are distinct and we are reserved and secured away from others that are trying to colonize us. And people are mad that we're disallowing them colonize us. Get over yourself. The truth is the truth. You need to go back to Africa and see about what's going on over there. And you need to invite Haitians to come to Africa. If it was really Pan-Africanism as you speak, you would invite Haitians to go to Africa, but you're not. The African Union won't even make Haiti a member of their African Union. They disallowed it, saying that they were from the Caribbean. But they're trying to colonize us as the sixth region of the African Union under the guise of African American against our consent. I denounce the African Union. I denounce any African that think that they should be able to colonize us against our will. Because you are acting as the old bloodline of slave catchers. And we as Black Americans, indigenous to America, don't want nothing to do with you because you're still wicked and you need to deal with your demons. You more than likely have a reprobated mind to where you can never correct yourself and you're just evil, period. We don't want to have contact with you. We don't want to have conversation with you. We want nothing. And just because the Democrats have spruced you guys up, prompt you guys up on a pedestal, they don't regulate us. They're not our leaders. They're not our Lord and Savior. If they keep playing with us, they're going to end up being sued, because Democratic Party should not have a power over a people. There's no other people that they so-called have power over. I don't see white people under the thumb of the Democrats. I don't see the Hispanics under the thumb of the Democrats, the Asians under the thumb of the Democrats, the Arabics. Somehow we're to be under the thumb of the Democrats. That needs to be looked into. And I believe a case is pending coming up in the next few years if they continue what they're doing right now. That's my opinion. Please like and share the video. I would greatly appreciate it. Let me read your comments before I go. Yeah, they're definitely jealous. You said I don't blame Trump either, right? Nikki says, yes, they do. A lot of them sound like the French-speaking Africans too. They look like they're Africans to me, the Haitians. If anybody is a direct descendant of Africans, it's Haitians. Exactly. See you later from the Columbia, and God bless you, lady. Thank you, Anthony Reed. I really appreciate you. I think this is my first time seeing you, right? Nikki says they're not Americans. They think that black talk is enough to hide behind our identity. Exactly. We're Americans first. Skin tone don't make us kin. Exactly. Anthony Reed says, yes, Nikki, you are an American. And Anthony says later. Nikki says, exactly. They don't do anything for us, so they don't control us. They have nothing to hang over our heads. Exactly. So thank y'all for the new people that have listened. I really, really, truly appreciate y'all. I just want y'all to understand, everybody listening, that this is a new day. Black Americans are taking control over who we are going to call ourselves and what we're going to have allegiance to. And it's not Africa, period. So with that being said, please like, share, subscribe to the channel, and bless up, y'all.